The final day for the Valorant Social, and it is myself, Laz, and Cup of Frag here to bring you the action one last time. And we got ourselves a pretty interesting matchup with two different matches. So the first one today is going to be that third and fourth place game. And then the final best of three is going to be the determination of who's going to be taking the first place prize and second place. But Cuppa, how are we feeling after day number two?
You know, I'm feeling spent. That was a really busy day yesterday, and I'm telling you, the games were crazy. I was thinking about it afterwards. They were so close for the majority of the games that we had on stream yesterday, and that is a sign that today is gonna be a barn burner. It is gonna be fiery hot, and I can't wait for it, man. I'm really, really excited. Best of threes too. They offer something completely different for the Valorant Social here. On top in money games, best of threes. If you've seen Valorant before, I'm sure you've seen a mix-up of some best of ones and some best of threes. Usually it starts out with the best of ones for the earlier stages. You move towards the later portion, and you're going to be looking at those best of threes. And best of threes test a team in a slightly different way, in the sense of it's an endurance game, right? Best of ones, anyone can win a best of one. That's the word on the street as a gamer, is it not, Laz? Where a best of three, you've got to be prepared for the long haul.
Yeah, you definitely do, right? I mean, this is the thing. Like yesterday, for anybody that wasn't here yesterday, these were all best of ones. So this was kind of getting the determination of where these teams are going to be placed and kind of fighting their way, like you said, in the best of threes today, right? So that does kind of raise a lot more questions, because best of ones they're good and bad, right? I mean, I think everybody has their own opinion about them, but the thing is that like now we're talking about three maps. You have to be able to have enough gas in the tank to like handle that many games, and especially when the first map or second map goes like to overtime and or multiple overtimes or whatever the case may be. So it is going to be interesting to see, because the first matchup for the day, and like we said, this is that third and fourth place game. This is going to be TMU Blue taking on SFU White. So we got to see a lot of them yesterday for those best of ones, and we got to see how well they were, doing pretty well. I think they were put themselves in pretty good positions, but there also was some gaps in their play. So now we get to see these like two powerhouses kind of fighting their way to see who's going to take third place.
I'm actually curious, super curious, and I'm trying to be more transparent on kind of what we see from the analyst desk, from what we saw yesterday to today. Mandem and Sonic Fast. I'm curious if they're going to be able to perform at the same level they did yesterday for a best of three. Same team, multiple different maps. Is that high velocity gameplay going to be there? Mandem dropped to 30 yesterday. Sonic Fast, very close to a 30. Dropped some crazy frags regardless. I'm just thinking of Ascent. It was awesome. There was some great Blade Storm action there, and so it was some good off action too. Some nice one taps. Mandem just carrying through Lotus, if I recall. It was disgusting. It was some crazy gameplay. So for Ascent today to start things off, hyper competitive map, probably one of the most, I'm just saying it as it is, one of the most overplayed maps in the circuit of Valorant since it's been in the circulation. It's between Bind and Ascent. And it's the reason of those two being the ones that they're good for best of ones. But for best of threes, again, different scenario, more tickets on the menu. This is the starter. Are we going to get through to that main course and to the dessert being map number 3? Just a fun fact as well, if you don't know about best of threes, it's the first team to 2 maps as we get to the agent selection here for the Valorant Social.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is what you were kind of talking about too, is the fact that like both these teams, like, from yesterday, they showed us a lot of good play, but I think this is actually going to be two different strengths fighting each other. Like what we saw from yesterday was SFU White. They were a very strong team on their defense. Their offense seemed to be like hot and cold at times. Whereas I think that's the other side of this for TMU Blue. Like they were a team that when they were playing well, they got aggressive. They just took the map for full control of what they wanted to do, and they did quite well. Whereas their defense, yeah, it was fine, but again, it wasn't the same as what we saw from SFU White. But now we're going to see that they're going to kind of, put fire with fire here. We're going to have to see what's going to be the result of this, right? Because it is going to be interesting, because I think we got to see some gaps from SFU as well. Like they couldn't close out. They had some struggles doing that.
You're right on that.
But I think TMU, I mean, they also had a, kind of the interesting position too, where some of their players, like they just weren't able to show up. And then they kind of almost looked like they were relying on someone to be like the hero, someone to bring in, call in Batman or Superman or something, right? And they have to save the day. And I'm just hoping that's going to be a bit of a refresh for this third and final day.
Can we get a hero? Yes, indeed. Or we're going to have some more team play. We saw both yesterday, and we're hoping for a bit of column A and a bit of column B. Omen being probably the largest smoker, the largest controller pick we've seen across the past couple of days, and it has been executed on so very well. And I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. Is that because Tent is picking Omen more? Who knows?
Yeah,
well, I guess
probably.
that's something we'll forever wonder. Other than that, though, you've got the Jet picks. You've got a Bridge pick versus the KO pick. I'm going to put this to you, Laz. What do you think is the better pick there? I'm going to say KO. I'm going to say KO in this selection just because of kind of the suppression ability, but getting blinded and stunned over and over again, that's pretty ass as well.
It is. Yeah, I actually think this is a really good pick that came in from SFU. Like, I mean, they're going to be on the defense, right? So I think for Super Sean to actually go for the KO is a perfect counter against Sean, because Sean does have that cipher. Like you said, that suppression can just shut things down, right? Especially when these guys are going to play on defense. So I actually really love that pick. I think both agents obviously are offer their benefits.
Value.
Yeah, and I mean it's different things, but I think KO, like being able to shut down like KJs or like the ciphers, is really important. So I'm glad they went for that, because I was kind of wondering if we were going to see this from these guys. We did yesterday a little bit, but it is important at this state, and I'm pretty happy with how the picks went. Pretty normal from what we saw, and like you said,
yeah,
Mandem was on the Omen yesterday, was doing quite well. I think Stallion actually switched things up a little bit. I don't think he was playing, necessarily the Omen every single time yesterday, but now kind of mixing things up. And Stallion was a big player for me too, because he was like one of the second highest like KDAs in the entire day. Like that's a massive thing. True. And also Fives was somebody that was putting up the most insane numbers in multi-kills I've ever seen in forever.
Stallion, God tier. Mandem, God tier. There are so many good names in the server right now. I'm talking of good names of players that could just single-handedly carry the game. Is that going to be the case today, or are we going to see just some sensational trades also full of that in the day yesterday? It's not that many times of like a collegiate game set where I'm walking away thinking, wow, that was some really amazing stuff, and that's what we saw yesterday. It's even better today as the game gets underway. First of a best of three here. Start up for Ascent. SFU White taking on TMU Blue.
Yeah, and like I said, this is going to be really interesting in the sense that, like, again, SFU is going to be playing on this defense. So this is really important too, because again, I was saying I think they were probably one of the best teams we saw from yesterday with their defense. A couple gaps that we get to see later in the day, but again, like you said, I mean, best of ones, they start to wear you out. It's a long day, long couple days of gameplay, right? So I mean, that's the other thing you have to kind of put into effect in this situation, but we'll see now. Mandem potentially going to get tested here. Guard cover going to cover him now. Oh, but now the Jet. Maybe can be able to find a little bit more. No, it's only the one, but okay. So good reply coming in from TMU again, getting aggressive, getting right into the site.
Shot that action. That does a lot of damage. Stallion being taken down to the red there. Just done to heaven. It's going to back off that angle. Could still happen here. If the trade can come through. But Hunch says no, the trade finally. Better late than never. Down to the 3-on-1. All down to Slender.
Oh, that's a huge kill.
Oh, it's 3 frags. Looking for the 4th. 3-on-1.
Oh my goodness, and 5 survives with 10 HP. Oh man, that's insane. Curry almost coming in with a 1v4, almost finding that moment. That's huge. I mean, the swing onto tower like that and winning on 2 different fights. I mean, there wasn't even a trade, right? I mean, they were both posted up on the left and the right. It just looked like they kind of fell asleep at the wheel, and they're like, oh wait, what? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean they're going for it? Like, why? But either way, it doesn't go for SFU, but man, what a close round to bring it through. Curry now putting themselves at 4 orbs. That's huge. So now we're talking about getting closer and closer to that ultimate despite not winning the round.
Big confidence booster for TMU Blue as well. That's great to see that confidence, even though you don't have numbers. Still clicking heads. Nice couple of one-taps. Beautiful one-taps, in fact, from Slender. Picks up the shorty this time, trying to go for the lurk, and it's KJ on Cypher. The Sentinel on Sentinel here, trying to get cheeky with the shorty.
Here. No charges left.
Yeah, I like this. And now TMU actually just going right to the mid. Oh man, that's a good shot too. Yeah, the Bulldog doing pretty good. I'm really been surprised how many times the Bulldog's coming. Oh, that spam was close, but not looking like it's going to come through. But Now the defenders are coming in, and Sonic tries to do something, but yeah, no, just not long for this world. Outlaw gonna make a connection.
Last player standing.
Ooh, that's a Guardian shot if I've ever seen one.
Man, Outlaw 141, just brutality, fatality, and another fatality coming from the Guardian. TMU yesterday just putting on a Guardian clinic, headshots galore, and giving us a couple more here on the final day, number 3. The money day, man. Money days are different. Money days hit diff in the sense of your mindset for a player and for us as a viewer, because you're going to get to see some more spicy plays. Well, they've been saving all those clutch X-Factor plays for the back pocket here today. 2 in the bag right now for Stallion, for TMU, for Fives, for SFU White.
Yeah, and even SFU, I mean, looks like we were talking to them a bit yesterday as well, just kind of offline, and they made an interesting comment saying, like, look, we're hoping we can show a more coordinated and dynamic play, help us make it, you know, which got us this far, but we also have to keep in mind that there's going to be some individual plays that are going to be a big performance, just like yesterday, which I think is true, right? I mean, that's a very valid point in how they played yesterday.
Very valid, very transparent, very honest take from it. And that's the talk of a team that have made it through to game number 3 by calculated choices. They know what they need to improve on, doing their VOD reviews. And talking to VODs, if you're looking for a VOD, well, we've got that for you here from yesterday's exclamation mark VOD. If you're interested in catching the games from yesterday and you missed it, Super Sean not looking to miss anything here. Sees the Paranoia come through tree, trying to see if they can get a pick or 2 for the enemies coming through a tree, but no, they cannot at all. 3 on 3, make that a 3 on 2. They're so fast as a P1.
Yeah, this is already good information given here too, though. I mean, the Sova recon comes in, Superman's getting spotted, but again, they're just going in for these fights one by one.
30 seconds left.
They're going into a bit of a funnel. They're doing this incorrectly. They're just feeding them, and now this is a triple kill coming in. 6 bullets in the chamber, but it doesn't even matter. Gets the job done. Some individual play, like they said, like we just talked about, and they make it come into full effect, and that's a nice round, but a bit of a mistake from TMU. They just kind of went for these fights one by one, and they didn't really go for the trade at all.
No, just keep giving us ones. Said the likes of TMU Blue. SFU just trying to ego challenge everything. Gotta be careful with that. That could be contagious. You see one player swing, you're going to swing, and they all come in one by one. Hoorah. No, that's not what you're looking for. You need to see some better trades, some better coordination, as you were just saying that last round as well. Wow, that breach flash straight in there. The Frank coming in.
And
I know exactly where you are.
Insane. Again, Mandem, this was the Mandem effect yesterday too, right? I mean, this is somebody that was putting insane numbers. Sitting at 3 and 3 right now, but making it the 4 on 3, still the advantage right now for SFU. And now these players going to play double hell. Flash is going to come in. This is not easy because they have to clear out every single position. One player is going to be here on the back of Jenny. So they have to funnel this out. Oh my goodness, his back's given away. Stallion doesn't react to it. He falls asleep on it, but Sean gets 2 more before he hits the grave. And a nice retake once again from SFU. Coordinated play. And we're back to a tied game, just like that.
Just like that, indeed. It begins. We did see some OT action yesterday. Ascent known for breeding those kind of results as well. Anything's possible, and that's why I love Ascent, to be honest. And I think I've said this to you lads, just because it's a map where any playstyle works. You can get away with absolutely anything. If it's lurking, if it's that sort of full commit to mid, it's the A or the B push, and Mandem looking to kick them out of mid here. Constant pressure just being put here. The Vandal in hand. Does get smoked off. Super Meave stepping into the ring, gets the first blood.
Yeah, about time too. Like I'm really happy that, like you said, the first blood comes in for SFU. I mean, this is something that's been backfiring on them so far in this game. I mean, the first 2 rounds for TMU, it was the fact that they were winning those first engagements, which is perfect on the attacking side. But now we're starting to see SFU finally winning these engagements, putting them on a 5 on 3. Oh yeah, even Curry's getting a little BM going, spamming the body, but now this is tough, right? I mean, there's only some sheriffs here. They do have Huns here with the Marshal. A little bit different for a breach, but Yeah, this might be a bit of a wash. They need to be given a kill here, which I just don't expect from SFU right now. Good recon. Ton of info.
Almost 2.
Spike down A.
Oh, that's
One
so
enemy
nice from
remaining.
Sonic. Just clean, simple, and sexy, you know? Just so easy. Just a 1-2. Yes, please.
Boom. Give him the left, give him the right, and indeed,
Bot coming back.
they will proceed into another
Placing
purchase here.
sentry.
Super Meave, Slender.
Bot out.
Super Meave really put on a good
Bot
display
coming
of how to rock that jet right now. The jet diff is in effect so
grenade.
far, but Defender Solid Map it is. Time Zero. Never out of the equation. Saw that yesterday. The clutch X factor can be switched on, toggled on if you will, at any time. Super Meave does get smoked off, does have the pre-angle though. Gonna back off, fall off the tree. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm loving
Here.
this right now, but... Full guns out. Phantom Club. You got 2 of them. You got Huns and Sean. Still a Phantom
Right
guy?
here.
I'm assuming you are. Probably more forgiving for
I
you.
a bit more recently. Listen.
I've seen
The
you spray.
aims-
I've seen you aim.
The aim's refined slightly. I'm just laughing too much when I'm playing games with you. Okay, I blame you. That's what I'm doing right here. No, but I switched to Vandal recently. I like that one tap
I have
ability.
retrieved the
The
spike.
114-1 was just grinding my gears, Laz. Grinding my gears. Just like I think it's going to be grinding TMU Blue's gears. They keep getting first blooded here. Super Meave stepping in again. 9-3.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. I'm really happy that SFU are finding these first engagements now. Like, this is, like, kind of just, again, talking to the captain, talking to the team, and being like, yeah, look, like, we're going to be a lot more coordinated.
30
We want to
seconds
just
left.
bring that from what we did. We're starting to see that, right? Some
Oh.
good attempts coming in right now from Dime, and
Okay.
there's a good start. Yeah, that's nice. Good flash comes in, though. It's just going to stop them a little bit. 20 seconds remaining now. The swing coming in, but oh my goodness, Dime somehow was able to win this fight. Make it
Oh.
another one. Why not?
Nice.
Looking for 4, but not going to happen.
Overheated.
Overheated indeed.
Happens from 0 to hero. Triple baby coming in for Dime Zero.
Initiated.
White is
Knows the lockdown's there. His fellow Sentinel knows something has to be done about that. Otherwise, this could be a wee bit problematic. Doesn't the camera there? Oh dear, oh dear. That nano, that's calculated. That is so calculated indeed. Takes out 2 with a nano. That is disgusting.
Player standing.
Oh my goodness, and now it's down to the 1v1. Spike's not even halfway either. Time is ticking, and Hunter's Fury now, insult to injury, and there it is. TMU Blue should be able to have this, and they do, and the Hunter's Fury gets it done. But man, oh man, that thing was close. And like you said, that Nanoswarm lineup, we got to see it. That was so sick.
Oh man.
Just because you put that with the combination of the lockdown, there's nowhere to go. Like, you either get detained or you're going to take tons of damage. That is such a nice play. It doesn't work out for them, but man, was that close.
I'm smiling like a kid in the candy shop, man. That's gold. That's one you could watch back in the clip, and I hope we do clip that here for the Valorant social, because I want to see that time and time again. And I'm sure that Slender does as well. That's something for the VOD reel. Love to see it. Such precision needed to make something like that happen. The Rolling Thunder trying to get it done here. Dime Zero gets that triple previously. Wants to do something similar again. Creeping, pressing, pushing up towards market.
Yeah, some good aggression coming in. Dime's actually still trying to re-aggress here with Blade Storm. Again, down the first player, though. They lose the man right away now. They do have the Hunter's Fury available right now for SFU. They do have the Neural Theft if wanted here from Sean. I think it'd be a bit too soon, but Five's trying to see what he can do to get into this. Players now coming in. Curry runs in. It's going to be a good spray. It works. It lands. And now they're getting more footing into this, leaning it down to 2.5 players. 2.5 men to see what they can find. And now Mandem gets himself swung into this. Neural Theft going to be activated, but it's just a little too late, leaving the Omen by themselves. And there should be enough time here that Fuse at SFU take another coordinated attack, and they get the job done.
No, you can leave. You can leave me alone after you gave the 2.5 men reference.
Hey, I'm not singing, dude. There's no way I'm singing,
bro.
Well,
With this voice, with your voice, you're not singing. That's a crime. We'll leave it there then. We'll leave it there. Couple alters on the table. Got the null commands. get into the shadows, and you do have the Hunter's Fury as well. I'm looking towards SFU White. Something in the bag to kind of start building up a little bit of a lead on this defensive side. And just a reminder, right? Being a defender-sided map slightly, you've got to try and bank as much as possible. You do have that defensive start, and Super Meve do exactly that with that Prelude Chaos Vandal. I love it, man. I really wish I had it. I really do.
Of course you do. Yes, I know. You and your skins. All the skins for him. But yeah, I'm just kind of waiting things out. Good shock dart, but just a bit more of a tickle. Not much really to sweat about here. TMU now trying to figure out something. Okay. A nice shot from Sean. Yeah, that's actually a little cheeky wall bang. Take those. Faking that he ran away. Mandem's going to go for the swing here. If he can find this duel, that could be good. But no, Mandem actually wins the better of that. Now we get 3 ultimates ready to go here in the pocket for SFU. This is huge. And oh, Mandem, that positioning is awful, but gets out of it. It's a little bit sketchy. They're out of this one. TMU, though, Kappa, I mean, they just kind of, again, they're just looking for picks. This is very much just defaulty. Let's hunt, let's find something, and work off that.
Here's a bit of a manhunt. Raise that there. Ooh, Super Meve. Being caught up by Dime Zero.
Might be able to get this mic done, too.
Sheriff. Position poised, ready. Liking up itself. The Hunter's Fury coming through, so a lot of plant denial yesterday. The plant is going to get down. Indeed, good connects. One player from each of these trios. Lit like a Christmas tree. Oh, I'm talking to that man. They're going to be taken out by the shock dart. Low HP or not. So far, trying to make sure if this game's going to be over or not. Oh dear, oh dear. The fragment goes for the TK, but it's going to go for the double frag. We've seen 2 doubles with projectiles today.
Yeah,
that's
man.
A TK too. Wow, wow, wow. What? What's my KO doing being dropped in the chat too? Yeah, good question, but you know what? It works out.
Those are the like little details of just like a slight miscommunication too, right? I mean, you know that Super Sean's like, look, I'm gonna throw the nade. I'm just gonna throw my utility so we can clear hell, right? Like, let me throw the fragment. Let me see what I can do. And then, of course, you know, Sonic was getting really excited. He gets the double. He's like, I'm going in, dude. Leroy Jenkins, let me get this thing done. And then it's like, it just turns into a disaster. But fortunately for them, it did work out. It's just unfortunately a little bit of a TK. But you know what? No harm, no foul. It's all good. And we talk about no harm, no foul. We got ourselves our first time out here for day number 3. It is going to come from TMU. And actually, I think this is a really good time just because we have the full guns out. This is a big moment because this is an opportunity where they could bring this game back. I mean, the money's not unreal right now for the defense. So if they can find this, I mean, we could be talking a 5-5.
Oh, quite easily. We've seen some majestic timeouts yesterday, didn't we? Where they just completely changed the game. We saw Rajante give the. We joked about it. We'll do it again today. Are they talking of we'll buy you some ice cream afterwards? We'll take you out for that steak dinner. What's the conversation happening in that tactical timeout? Who knows? That's for them to divulge and figure out. But it's going to be some strategic talk. What's been working, what's not been working. And from what we've seen so far on display today, they've had some great moments, but they need to synergize. They need to dial it in and bring it together as a team. That individual skill has been shining through. So some great picks from Sean, from Dime Zero, but we need to see the team play in action. So best of 3, this is for a money game.
Here.
It's a bit different to that approach from yesterday. And Dime Zero gets the memo. Playing off the flash there, playing well off their initiator, trying to get some control, edging towards Peter.
Yeah, this has been a really good thing from TMU. I love that they're just taking mid control like this. Like you said, like Dime Zera's just been kind of running through mid, getting so much possession of this and just kind of splitting it right in half, right? I mean, now it makes a lot more of a problem here for the defense, and they kind of have to like cluster in these sites. So it's not easy. And now Mandem's kind of getting a bit of an inkling on this, leaning on the rotate. Now the execute's coming through. We see that TMU want to go for the 3-2 split onto this. So far, looking pretty good, but they do have to worry about Sonic in the back of the site. Paranoia is going to connect on this, but does have the Odin. This thing can just meat grind these guys. Goes for the spray, and that's why. That's exactly why. Finds these 2, looking for a little bit more. Players coming on the right. Can he be able to do it? Now he's just spamming away, but Stallion finally puts him down, but that advantage is still here for SFU, and they have the Paranoia ready to go. This is really good retake utility. And they're just going to try to bombard this
30
Cuppa. This
seconds
is now
left.
getting a little bit worrisome. A player just on the top right. Do they expect it? It's Sean. It's a
enemy
greasy
remaining.
spray, and it's now it's flipped
enemy
on its head.
remaining.
Ooh, we like those. Wallbang and the
ultimate.
TP.
Oh, he's
Get
out.
out of dodge. See ya.
Oh, look where he ulted to too.
12 seconds.
Yeah, I
10
don't know why
seconds
he went
left.
for the ult there, but that's a bit of a misplay from Stallion. I think he was thinking that he might be able to catch the player off with a rotate. But man, he had the free sight. He could have ulted there quickly. Just went too quick on the draw and gets taken out. But yeah, a bit of a misplay, unfortunately.
Damn. Damn. That's unfortunate. One you can't forget, but you're going to have to. Put it behind you. Focus on the rounds ahead of you. Fun Valorant lore here. I was looking this up yesterday. There's been talk over the past couple of weeks within the lore, if you go into the basement of the range, of Omen leaving the Valorant protocol. He's got some things to explore. Didn't know that. Talking of things to explore, trying to explore B main, but a bit difficult with his Odin spray through the wall. That's a 48 already.
Oh wow, Dime's already in the sight.
He's
Just
done
so
enough.
fast.
Get the Odin out of here. I'm done.
Yeah, and he did really well too. I mean, that was somebody like for Sonic. I mean, he was already able to find 2 players already down to less than half
I know
HP, so that was a really good
exactly
connect.
where you are.
Neural Theft now going to be used here from TMU. This is going to give away the position for all these defenders. And now you can just see they're kind of sitting in spawn, just waiting. They don't want to give up anything yet. This is a great position for TMU. I love this, again, this quick decision making. Just no hesitation. Let's go for it. Hit the foot on the gas. We're just going to do this right now.
You said it yesterday. They've got their set protocols in their back pocket, and they need to act on them. They're trying to do now. Short, great position from Logs. They're able to pick up 3 from Logs. Are you kidding me?
They made you weak.
Yeah, that's so sick. Sean does such a great job. Down to 5 HP. Finds himself a triple. And there we go. TMU, they're going to be able to find that round. Like we talked about, I mean, the timeout comes through. They just barely lose that one round. Now they bring it back in a very convincing fashion. Only 2 more rounds to go here for the first half. And Sean's just having a field day right now. I mean, we were talking about some of the players on this team who can pull up some massive numbers, like someone like Stallion or, you know, someone like Fives. And they're not kind of fulfilling that right now. I mean, we're seeing Sean sitting at 14 and 8, and the next closest person is Dime Zero with 8. So we're talking about somebody that is like putting up, what, 6 more kills? Like, this is nuts.
It's nuts. The Bulldog falls here for Mandem, not having as much of a barn burner as yesterday. And that's because of the level of teams that we have right now, right? You've got 2 teams that were absolutely popping off on day number 2, day number 1, day number 3. The fatigue starts to kick in. The nerves start to kick in. There's so many different feelings, emotions flying through them today. Stallion trying to set up the team for that A push, and does. Gets the paranoia through, gets the smoke off of the closed door tree. Straight into sight, plants for Jenny. And the round
Spike
begins.
planted.
Yeah, great shot coming in from the Jet here from the defense. Nice way to start things off. Again, finding the first opening duel. Like, again, just they somehow keep getting away with this. Stallion now trying to get a little bit more aggressive. Might be able to spot the shoulder. But Supermine's going to be able to get out of this one, despite that positioning. But now you can see TMU are trying everything they can to be super aggressive. They're trying to re-aggress onto this, but Curry's be able to find more. Dime Zero just holds the 4 down, and now making it to a triple. And now leaving it just to Sonic Fast by themselves. Not an easy situation. Now going for the one-on-one.
Concentrate so
Good discipline coming in from Stallion. This defuse, though, it's halfway, making the noise cue. Sonic, he gets off of it. This is good work coming in, and Stallion takes him down in the head in the corner, and they're going to be able to get themselves that 5th round Cuppa.
Last
There it
round
is.
in the half.
Even game so far. Final bite. It's going to be a struggle bus. A big time struggle bus here for Super Meave, Slender. Super Meave looking like the only person. And Super Sean. The Supers are able to buy it, but can the rest?
They're going to have to. They got no choice. You got no choice, son. Last round of the
No.
first half.
Buy out,
you're
man. Purchase up. Mandem settles for a sheriff.
Cover going out.
I would like to see Supermind like go for the orb. Like, you're sitting at 7 to 8, could get the Blade Star, and that could again change things around. I would have thought Manda would have gotten the gun, and they go for that. Like, they fight for orb control. But instead, they're not going to. They're just gonna play posted up here. But this is gonna be a filthy round because I mean, there's 3 ults available here for SFU. Well, 2 if you don't want to count Mandems.
We'll count Mandems as well. We'll be statistically accurate. But how's it going to come into play for a round like this is the question. Sort of the TP back site, TP to boathouse if they're pushing, and that's exactly where they'll be going. They're headed to B. Times Era, Choke City, Bladestorm not hitting at all. That's going to give a rifle away as well, lads.
Yeah, this is kind of looking like a bit of a sloppy take coming in from TMU. Again, just not able to get these trades, not able to find any sort of reaction, and they've already lost 3 of their players. Leaving it here for the Bladestorm now. Coming in, Hunter's Fury going to be used, and that's just going to be Huns just, again, denying the plan. Already connects the shot, and there it is. A nail to the coffin. It's 7-5 as SFU have now been able to put themselves in a good lead. Now, though, this raises the big question, right? This is what we talked about in the pre-show. This is what we talked about on the desk is that, look, SFU are a strong defensive team. Can they be able to replicate that on their attacking side? That was something that looked a little lackluster yesterday. We got these glimpses of beauty, but it was glimpses, right? It wasn't like a consistent factor.
SFU White, are you kidding me? This is not LAN. Who's that? Take a guess. Go on.
Are you really asking the
I am asking you.
The Counter-Strike guy, like who that is? Like,
it's trivia. I'm just checking. Skill testing question.
It's Bardolph, right?
It is Bardolph.
Yeah, I was gonna say yes.
Yeah, we mentioned him yesterday. I've got a few more we're bringing in today.
Oh, good. Wow, I'm excited. We're doing Counter-Strike and Valorant trivia apparently here for Memory Express.
It's a good mix-up. We've done Memory Express, keeping some players on their toes.
What?
Keeping players on their toes. Times Zero, the Sheriff to the dome, taking out 2. Times Zero's got some really fast triples today.
Man, that Sheriff is so sick. Make it, like, look at that. Just finding a 3rd like that too, maybe a 4th. Oh, they're feeling it. Oh, he's feeling it. You can just tell he's rushing for it.
Let me out.
He's gonna help him out. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Man, that's the thing about, like, for Dime Zero, like, such a filthy pistol player. Like, we saw that yesterday. We got to see a bit with the Ghost, but a lot with the Sheriff, and now we're starting to see it full effect, right? And you know what's funny is that when we talked to this team yesterday, you know all they said, Kappa? They said, quote, and I will quote them, "Watch out for our crazy duelist." Here. End quote.
Enough said. End quote. Enough said. And also, to follow that narrative, follow that sort of storyline, Dime Zero was like 4-9. I think, mid-rounds, first half. Not anymore. Top of the leaderboard, top of the scoreboard in the server right now. Has the Outlaw in hand. The most powerful weapon in the server as it stands. And with all those players without armor, 114-1. Sounding nicely done. There you go.
Man, we haven't get to see a lot of the Outlaw so far today. So I'm actually kind of excited to see it in action. But we're going to have to see something really in action here because now we're talking about Sheriffs, we're talking about Jets, and it's a 1-on-3. Spike is far away. So this is just a walk. We're going to take a walk and Ascent. Yeah. Strolling on the mean streets of Ascent here.
Oof. There's guns in the streets of Ascent. Gotta be careful. Not just a walk in the park here. Super Meave opting in for the grass walk, though. Grass between their toes. Are the frags.
Uh-oh, 2 players.
In front of them, though. Oh, that was almost a Colat. To be completely fair, that was very close to a Colat. The Outlaw finishing things up, wrapping up the rounds.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Outlaw's addition to Valorant? Do you think it's adding value with that sort of 114-1 strike he could make in those early rounds? It definitely changes up. It feels like an op in those early rounds of how powerful it is.
Yeah, so far, like, from what I've seen of it, it's been pretty minimal for me, unfortunately, but I have enjoyed it. I do think it's nice just because I feel like, when you have the operator, it's obviously a massive expense, right? But the Outlaw kind of feels like a more of a, budget version of it, which is nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to get something moving a little bit on those more, like, eco-ish rounds or, like, lighter purchase rounds. I feel like it's a safe thing you can go for, which I'm actually, I like it.
I like that outlook, and that's exactly it, isn't it? Just gives you some different skill paths of a skill tree to go down and figure out how the game's going to go, really. Assert a bit of dominance early. That's what Dime Zero is trying to do in this second half. Had a bit of a slow start, a bit sluggish. But now, getting revved up.
SFU, they're you could see like they were looking to go for this A hit, and look at like the mini map. Like you have,
they're rotating off.
yeah, everybody rotated on this. So there is a massive inkling that came in here from TMU. They were like, look, let's just put 4 here, leave the Cypher on their own, this B site. But this is important because if Sean gets taken out, like his utility is going to be useless, right? So I mean, he has to survive this. He's going to get surprised. He finds
one.
It's a good start, and
get out, get out.
Oh man, he does get out.
Left.
That's crazy. Just barely gets out of that situation too.
Shadows traveling.
Now the jig's up. They have to go. Like they can't even wait any longer. They have to go for this.
Cage. I thought the time was going to work out, but this cage could have been huge. Great attempt.
Time is ticking here. They got to get going. This is like 10 seconds remaining. They're just waiting this out. But look at the time. Look at the time. Bardolph, you're welcome. He didn't even notice. He didn't even notice.
Yes, I did.
This guy
I
didn't even
did.
notice.
I was pausing, and I was like, wait, that is Bardolph. Okay, I do love my Bardolph. Thank you very much. Wow. Okay, you know what?
English? Isn't that why you like him? He's English?
I was just half BSing. I bring some more quotes to you, but I'm actually going to bring some to you now. Get ready. Get ready. You've got plenty of games today, sir.
We do. We got lots of games going on today.
We do. 2 best of 3s. And all the money on the line of the 2 grand prize pool. Lovely jubbly. Lucky teams. And all courtesy of Make-A-Wish Canada. Thank you very much for all your support here. And Memory Express, of course. These collegiate players love to get involved. And this is a great way for them to potentially start their Valorant careers as well. A lot of these players have got so much experience in these Memory Express tournaments. Love to see it continuing through into 2024. The Outlaw upgraded to a lot more here for Dime Zero, the op.
Yeah, he's definitely got the operator going this time, so I like this. I think this is the first time we've seen the operator actually used in this map, so this is going to be a nice change up. Playing a very, passive angle, but I like it. Not really much. A bit of an off angle, whatever. We'll move past that, but either way.
An off angle. We've got a little bit of an off angle, slightly.
It's fine. It's fine. But now, I mean, again, we see some good inkling coming in from TMU on their defense. They're doing quite well on the read. Stallion just kind of jump spotting, looking things out for the info. But again, they're kind of putting this 3-2, and they're giving up mid as well. And that's something we noticed that SFU is doing on their defense. So they don't really care about it. Recon Dart going to be used. That's going to be some good intel. Dime actually does get the shot off, but misses it. Tries to commit to another one. But now the execute's coming into this cuppa. They're just going to barrel in this site now. But it's a question if they can get the spike down. One of the players here, Stallion, he's only able to find this one duel. So he actually overexposes himself, gets a bit overzealous. 15 seconds. They are running this clock so low, but they're going to commit. They have to. Oh, no! Oh, no! Hans gets at the right time! Are you kidding? Oh, no! I was going to think they had enough time. I didn't think the aftershock was going to land just there. I thought they had like maybe 1 or 2 seconds after the plant to get out of there.
That's a desk slammer. That is an absolute desk slammer. Why did he have his aftershock? Why does he have that ability?
Yeah, but honestly, like, just for anybody that plays in like any level, again, the best thing is like you can save your abilities for late round like that, and that's why, right? I mean, because like you said, why on earth would SFU think, okay, why do they have the aftershock, or why do they have this still like equipped, right? Like they didn't burn it earlier, so that's really good discipline, just kind of preserving the utility. Oh, this is sick. This is sick. A triple player stack coming in from a hole like this. Dime does get the first one, dashes out of it. Hun's now looking for the fault line, just gonna put these guys in a bit of a stunt, and now Dime's just having a field day, popping the champagne here in the vineyard, now able to get out of this. They've just decimated them, leading it onto a 4-on-2 within, what, 20 seconds of the round? This is looking worse and wear here for SFU.
Love that pop in the shampoos in the vineyard. I've actually never heard a caster say that. Maybe that'll be a quote that's to make it about yours. I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Beautiful.
I appreciate that.
Eloquent. And
cover going out.
Will the rest of this round be smooth for the 2 players left in the server? Talking to Slender and Mandem. They've got a lot to do here. They've got to take out an up. 40 seconds. Not
cover going out.
The best odds, but they've got some util. Make this happen here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, bye-bye.
Yeah. All right, there it is. Nicely done from TMU. I love. Okay, again, like this is where my nerdy side comes out, but I love the micro play of that, right? Like, I mean, they take matters into their own hands. They regress on the map. They try something pretty risky, but man, does it give them the biscuit here? Like the triple player in A main, Dime goes for the operator pick, taking down somebody in the beginning of main like that. That's huge because you start things off, you win the duel, they find another one, so which puts a huge deficit on the attack. And we talked about that a lot yesterday, is these teams seem to have this problem where they lose the player on the attacking side, and it starts to become a problem, right? You just can't be able to find any opening. And now this is desperation. They're going to be able to activate the null command. They're just going to barrel into this SFU, trying everything they can. They're just going to hold W. They're going to take a couple frag strat here, and they're going to see if they can get in this fight.
Straight in. 0
My ultimate is
cares. 0 Fs given. 5 on 4. Throw a couple more on their post plant to get back into this game. Edge themselves towards a tie game. Mandem looking on edge here for the store push. The Stinger just not going to cut the mustard. Sean Hunch gets it done. Hunch has been deadly with this util, trying to clear hell with the aftershock. Does get one main, gets that main player. There's one more. Does Hunch know? Hunch isn't going to know. The Stinger, take it out. It's going to be the one-on-one. Maybe lineups here, not sure. No lineups. There has to be a swing. Slender has to go for the swing. That's what the Stinger at distance. He's going to rip a hole in fives.
That was all Curry. That was honestly, like, again, like, I feel like that's the obvious thing to say, but like getting the triple kill, putting the lockdown in that situation, perfect placement because it pushed those defenders back. They couldn't go for the defuse, and that just bought them so much time because they didn't even get the spike halfway. You saw it there. It was just right at the end moment where Curry went for the swing, like you said, with the Stinger, went for a long range fight, which is just unheard of, but had to, right? They knew there was no other moment that they had. That is insane. That's again where we talk about utility usage. That's where we talk about recognizing the right moment, the right time to burn that ultimate. There it is. That was a crystal clear example and perfectly well done here from Curry to keep them in this game. And that was a scrappy fight, right? That was a full rush. The old cup of frag, you know, like, let's just hold W. Hope to God this works. And it does. It does pan out well for him.
Hope to God it works. Are you in my head? Get out of my head.
blocking sight.
Having a little nose. There's that quick move. The updraft is how it's breaking fight a bit too fast. That gives
Spike
5 to
down,
Frag. 5
B.
reacts nicely. Frag's back in kind. Picks up 2. Looking to go for the 3rd. Sonic fast. Gets it done fast. Flat with a Guardian. Brings it back to 2 on 2. Make it a 2 on 1. All down to Mandem, the hero of the yesterday. Can they be the hero of the hour now?
Another one-on-one? Are you serious? I mean, this is insane. Okay,
Omen.
yeah, it is the Omen on Omen, like you said. Oh, they're gonna run right into each other. They're just gonna run right into each other. And Mandem! Oh man, that spray control right down to the last bullet. 7 HP. Oh, I thought they were dead. I thought they were dead man walking. Okay, and now things are gonna get cooled off a little bit. Another timeout gonna be called. TMU, they're like, okay, what on earth is going on here? How are we losing these rounds? That's 2 rounds pretty much in a row that they've lost now into these nitty-gritty situations. And I mean, a one-on-one is tough, right? It's a 50-50 chance, but my God.
Mandem, this is not FPL. This is a major.
Oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, let me guess. Is that Bardolph? No, I'm just kidding.
How
But
did you
either
know?
way.
I met him once. Fun fact. I met
you?
him at the Boston 2018 major. And I asked him words of wisdom. I was like, Bardolph, how'd you get into casting? He's like, keep casting, man. That was his words of wisdom. So thank you, Bardolph. And that's forever living on in my memory. For these teams, though, you were right. The clutches that we've seen have been discussed in the past couple. I think it's been the 1 versus 2 and then the 1 versus 3 in the previous round with the Stinger at long distance coming through from Slender. Mandem getting online, got to the double figures. That is a turning point, I think, in an FPS as well, right? When it comes to competitive 5 versus 5. Once you get over that threshold double figures, like, okay, I'm checked into the game. I'm ready to go. Mandem starting to rev up those engines. Imagine it was a Mustang. Just hear that growl of the engine as Mandem just getting revved up to get involved.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, this is the thing. We saw so many rounds coming in for TMU. I mean, we were talking about 5 in a row. They've been able to get on their defense. Now we're starting to see that SFU are finally getting themselves back 2 in a row. they've been scrappy, man. Like I said, it's been a bit of a brawl, but I mean, the fact that they're keeping themselves in this game, we're talking about a 1-round differential, sitting at a 9-10, still in favor for TMU, of course, but they're going to go back for the old A hit. They're going to commit this too. I think they're just going to have all their players on this. A bit of a split coming in from the defense. They actually commit players into middle. The Cypher just kind of locked in the corner here. That's Sean. The suppression does land, but they might not expect him to be in this kind of a spot. This is going to be important. If he can get the timing right, he might be able to find a multi-kill, which could honestly save them a lot here. Waiting things out. Rolling Thunder going to be used. Now the element of surprise comes in, and Stallion able to find the 2.
I'm Zera.
Man, they're just killing the
Last
feed
player
here.
standing.
Look at how quick and proficient that is.
Oh.
So
Oh.
clean. 1 casualty, and that's Dime Zera. That was the only player taken out. But that's after he was able to find a couple kills. That's insane. I mean, that was a clean, well-executed retake. And then that's something I used to talk about with SFU on their defense. But now TMU, they're showing up another level of it.
That was superbly well executed on. Really was. Like, I've got nothing else to say about it. 3 players survive. Util still there as well. And everyone just arrived in perfect time. And the paranoia came through from Stallion, just destroyed the vision of the players holding tree and switch. And a good night, sayonara. It's over. The retake has been completed with in the blink of an eye. A couple of ultimates could be their saving grace for the Hail Mary, though. Omen, Sova, Hunter's Fury, maybe to gain an entry. Hunter's Fury for the post pipe if they can get the spike down. And obviously, the Omen TP. Let's get behind those back lines. Oh, the cheeky jump peek. This is risky stuff here coming in from Super Beef.
Yeah, it really is. And again, just the hero
Constant
rifle
death.
for Random too, right? I mean, this is, you talked a lot about this yesterday. It's a lot of ask here. And he hasn't really put himself in these positions where he's like fragging out, and that was the big question that we talked about too, right? Yeah.
Right, deep mids.
Jeez Louise.
Losing
Almost,
confidence.
man, almost takes down Slenda too. 5 HP.
Good high.
Oh, that recon almost caught them. Almost caught them. Body blocked by their own teammate.
Yeah, oh, there you go. Oh, Dime Zera finishing up like cold Zera. Crisp, clean shot there.
Blocking sight.
30 seconds left.
Super me trying to get straight to switch here. Does use the cloudburst very well. Nice cheeky little one-way smokes. Mandem though with that hero vandal starting to get in. Volve picks up 2.
Yeah, this is nice. And Fives tries to do something in the boat, but not able to do much more than that. Mandem.
10 seconds
Man,
left.
the hero rifle we talked about, putting up a triple, now leaving it to the clutch factor of Sean. Someone that was top fragging in the first half, has been surpassed now by his teammate of Dime. A big ask, but 2 of these players are low. Let's not forget, Mandem sitting at just 38. You have Super Me that's sitting at 36. This is an easy situation, or a winnable situation, I should say, for Sean. Not easy, but definitely winnable. Spots now Sean. Goes for the swing. Goes for 1. Looks for maybe a second. These players now playing a little bit too spread apart from each other, just making shots, baiting it out a little bit. Time is ticking though. Finds the other one. Man just has to burn the clock.
No problem.
Fake TP comes in. Oh, he's just going to stick it. There's no chance. There's no chance at all. And Mandem gets it done. Quad kill coming in. A thrifty. And does survive with the rifle too. That is something we wanted to see here from SFU. And we finally get it. I'm sure SFU fans in the chat right now are probably just ecstatic from what we just saw there.
Quadra kill. Fantastic stuff from Mandem. We love that. We absolutely adore seeing a player we know has that clutch source, just putting it down when the time is needed. And right here, right now is exactly that time. It's your first game of best of 3. You need to have that positive impression, that positive imprint on your team and your opponents, that you are capable of anything. And 3 massive clutch rounds coming in over the past few here from the likes of SFU White. Mandem dialed in, ready to win now. That one way, Mandem knows what that's about and not gonna push, not gonna get too aggressive. Just wait until that smoke dissipates. The cage there for the trade out, and great use of utility coming in from TMU Blue. I love this. Just holding off the push for the initial.
Yeah, I definitely like this too. And I like the fact that, again, Dimezera has already like pushed all the way up through B main, so they've cleared out a ton of information for the time being. So now they can lean a little bit more here on the A site, put a bit more presence onto mid and A. So kind of just, again, readjusting their positioning. And you can already see the rotates coming through, so they have a good inkling of this. Spike hasn't made its advancement yet. I mean, it is starting to lean a little bit on here for Gelato. Quick bite, but see if it's a bit too cold. And Dime actually missing that first shot, so actually does spot one player. That's going to raise a couple questions, though. But now the execute's going to come in.
30 seconds left.
SFU. They realize time is ticking. 25 seconds. They have to get the spike down. Stallion able to come in with a nice swing here from tower. But it's a matter if they can get this thing down. They find themselves 2 more here. The Super Bros.
Advantage. Lolly downtime. Being thrown down. Hunter's Fury, there it is, to take it out. The swing comes through. Dimezera using that Hunter's Fury as a little bit of a distraction. Brings us to 3-on-2.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
that's huge. Oh, no. And now Super Sean in hell. The depths of hell to do something big here. Comes in for the one, but it's just too much as Fives comes in from the right-hand side and just knocks him out right in the jaw. And now we're going to go to map point here for TMU. They put themselves through a massive defending side, only losing 3 so far in this second half alone. And now we're going to have to see something miraculous from SFU if they want to bring things back.
Yeah, the knockout punch, the tap out could be happening here for Man Xdom. It's Man Xdom. I've been saying Mandem for the past couple days. I apologize. I thought it was a silent X. You never know with names these days. And Man Xdom, it will be. Apologies, Man Xdom. Money available for everyone. Just about. A stinger there for Slender. Going to be the compromise, the Guardian, the Bulldog. We've seen them do dirty deeds with these weapons indeed over the past few days, but this round's important to get that right impression trajectory for the first of your best of 3. Hunts, it's been deadly with the aim this game. There is going to be the null command, the pre-fire. Try and do something. The TP comes in. Man Xdom getting side control. Hunt's still going to get a frag through the dark cover though. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Just a bit of a blind kill coming in, just spamming away, trying their best. I mean, the recon does give away the positioning, but not going to matter at all. Spike is going to go down. Still, the player advantage coming in for the defense, but Man Xdom comes up with 3 more. The heroic play comes in once again. The Odom. The Omen, not the Odom, but the Omen's coming up huge, and now just leaving it to Fives, needing to look for 3 more to bring this thing through. A nice spam with the recon. Beautifully done. The drone now coming in just to get a bit of an inspect. Does spot the foot of one in main. Knows at least one player is here, but is he going to inspect the player? How does he win that?
No.
How does he win this fight? Down to 2 HP. Fake defuse coming in. Hunter's Fury. Now he should be just trying to hunt this down, but instead, there's no time at all. And SFU, they're going to keep it alive. My God.
Scraping the butt with the barrel. Sonic Fast playing the smart choice, plays the post blunt, plays the Hunter's Fury, and yeah, probably a good idea when Fives run around in sight like they've got a Spectre in hand with a running gun, and it's actually an Odin. Crazy jump down from heaven. It's like a sumo wrestler jumping off the top rope, just boom, the Odin right to the face. So hard to play against that kind of playstyle as well. Last rounds of regulation. Everything to do here for SFU White. If they want to play this right and get themselves through to OT for the first map of today. Tension definitely risen for this round. Sonic Fast doesn't know a player's up close and personal. Is going to get a little bit of info here from the drone.
Yeah, but look at Stallion just sitting in an aggressive spot here. Does have the judge though. Tries to do something in the dark cover, getting a little bit cheeky.
Shadows traveling.
SFU now going to pull back on this a little bit. They're going to just, again, you got lots of time, still under a minute remaining. Evaluating their options. Another gelato, why not? Now they're going to go. A little dine and dash here. They're going to get themselves towards B, and now it's coming into a stack here because you have the Cypher utility available. Also, from what we've seen before, it is Fives that kind of sits in the back of the site. He only has a Guardian, though, so this is important. He doesn't have the Odin. He doesn't have something that can just mow them
30
down.
seconds left.
Oh man, you can just see TMU. They've actually leaned on the A site now.
Oh boy, this could be a wee bit problematic. The dart's gonna come through. Fires. Your position's given up. The ruse is over. The round has now begun. 10 seconds. Make that 13. TikTok into 10. The spike
10
goes
seconds
down.
left.
They've got side control. They have the number advantage. Blade
Good
Storm,
one.
Time Zero. We've seen
Oh.
Time Zero with this before. Picks up 2 before they are through. 3 on 3.
Yeah, and it's only a judge available here for one of the players on the defense. So this is not great. Spike's ticking with 3 and 3.
Where is
Now there's going to be advanced neural theft's going to be used. So this is great. This is going to be a ton of information. So now they know exactly where these players are. This gives them something to work with. Some good positioning. Takes down one. Looking for a little bit more. And now it's flipped around. Sonic, he's fully blind. He's trying everything he can. He finds another one. This is for the quad. The quad clutch, but it's no more. But we're going to see that we're going to have TMU taking this thing 13-11. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God! There's no way this goes to OT.
I had to crank my volume. I was like, no way. Hang on a second. That's why the pause. I was like,
Switching
no.
sides.
There's no
Do you know
way.
what?
Time.
To put accountability to where accountability should be, I think Hunch could have clutched that. I think if didn't shoot the body, there would have been time. No word of a lie. That's crazy to
Oh,
think.
man.
If you'd run straight to the spike, he'd just defused it rather than BMing, the first map would be over. Oh dear, oh dear. That's like a Minecraft oof, oof.
I don't really much about Minecraft, but I'm gonna take your word for that
Have
one.
you not heard the sound one like they run into a oof, oof, oof?
I'm
You not
not-
heard that before?
No word of a
Just
lie.
think I'm weird.
Never have touched that game in my entire life. Nor
Okay,
do I
well,
plan to. So
I was about to say, I'll buy you Minecraft is the problem. Like, we can get it on Xbox
Well,
Games Pass if
you
you
know,
want.
I mean,
like,
I appreciate that, but
is
I
that
will
no
not
go?
accept that gift. I'm
We're
okay.
not Minecrafting afterwards? Okay, well, you
No,
know,
we're good.
if anyone else wants to Minecraft, maybe Kel or Brodania or Ronnie does. But Minecraft, that oof sound is it's a mistake. You ran into the wall and it hurt, and that's going to hurt. They're an OT. They shouldn't be an OT. The timeout's going to be called. I'm sure there's some choice words being thrown around in the comms. That's going to be a bit of a frustrating one. Give us a bit of time here while they're talking strats in this mighty close game of the first best of 3 here on stream today. Chuck, exclamation mark events in the chat if you want to know a bit more about the future Valorant socials that we have going on. And again, there is money on the line here today for day number 3, or exclamation mark make a wish if you'd like to donate to Make a Wish Canada. His TMU Blue is taking on SFU White, and OT SFU White got themselves back into the game here.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. I mean, this was again TMU that were able to find themselves
Let's go.
5 in a row, and then it was just SFU that were finding these moments just to bring things back in their favor. But man, that's where we were talking about they couldn't close, and now they're starting to show that, well, at least they can get things brought back into an OT situation. They did that once yesterday, but I didn't think they were going to be able to have enough to do that again. And now we're going to just see TMU. They're just going to full accelerate into this. They're going to go for the B split onto this. Already pushed through market. Dime's already crossed through. Slenda just waiting here, spamming away through the smoke. A little bit of a tickle onto Dime, but nothing really much here in terms of damage. Spike's going to go down. A 5v5.
Spike planted.
Sean's hurting though, down to the red. No heals across anyone on the server, so all that damage is permanent. No recovery arc to get that green HP.
There it
Oh
is.
boy, oh boy. There you go. See it, Sean.
Yeah, now we're starting to see SFU. They're looking really good. They're winning these fights, and now Stallion finds 2 more, leaving it just down to 1 player. Hun's by himself. Yeah, there's not much at all. Nicely done. Sonic here with the triple kill in that round. Puts himself at 22 and 18 for this. That's what we were talking about, right? I mean, this is the big thing I was mentioning is like their retakes on their defense were something of a really good note yesterday. That was one of those good moments now.
Switching sides.
But
Match point.
we're going to be on match point. We're going to flip things over one more time. We're going to see SFU White now. They are going to be on this attack. See what they can do. Defensive side now here for TMU. And, I mean, their defense was pretty decent, all things considered.
Oh, definitely. I'm still struggling to swallow the pill that a shot body's led to overtime. I can't let go of it. I'm not even playing the game. I'm not even on the team. But I'm still frustrated for them. 13-12. SFU White could be getting the leg up here in map number 1. Time 0. Try and do everything to make sure that isn't the case there.
So much tension on this too. I mean, this is a moment where we saw TMU were on the brink point, right? They were on the match point, and this is mental resilience, right? This is what I talked about. This can really break teams at times too, right? Like it just negatively affect them, but we'll see what they can do to bring things back potentially. Orb grabbed here for SFU. So now just making it essentially 2 away. 1 away here for the KO. Or 2 away for the KO. Math is hard.
It's okay. It's early in the broadcast. We've got time to get dialed in. These players. We've certainly dialed in as we head to OT in our first map. This Valorant is so short. A spicy one. To start off the year. Slender.
30
Making their
seconds
presence
left.
known over at mid-market. Mandem trying to be the spearhead of the javelin. Sean missing out an opportunity there. Here's a couple past 3, but not able to get the frag stallion out of the equation. Mandem stepping into the ring.
Yeah, man, XM's doing a great job just finding again these openers, which is really good, right? Starts things off. Time of the spike was getting pretty low. To get that down, they finally do. The one-way smoke comes in. Good work coming in now, and this is a tough situation here for TMU. I mean, they're down the numbers. They have to get moving now. No ultimates to rely on. This is going to be about firepower. Dime is able to find this one head, though, making it a little bit more. The kill feed is starting to show a little bit more here for their favor, but Sonic being a bit quick on the draw. Now coming in for more, leaving it just to the KO by themselves. Super Sean, a 1-on-2. A flash comes in. Fault line, going to connect.
Flash.
And they're going to get this defuse halfway. Needs to be able to find this shot. No, misses it. Needs to go. Oh, my goodness. But it's going to be the defenders that get the defuse with a split second. And we are continuing this overtime.
Agonizing. Agonizing for Super Sean.
Survive.
Did everything right, but still it was wrong. The stun doing exactly what it needed to there from Hunch. That's perfect. Love to see that. And the trust, the faith of, I'm sticking it, you're holding me, it's gonna work. It did work. 13-13.
And just comes down to just missing that shot just barely. Wow, Dime gets really aggressive. Tries something a little bit cheeky. I like that attempt, but doesn't pan out well here. TMU now try to change the pace on this. Just go really aggressive. Not even 10 seconds and they're rushing into this site. Now they're still going to commit. 4 agents suppressed, so now there's so much information grabbed here. Then next to him finding another one. Spike going to be dropped. Nicely done coming in for the defense. Putting them in a man advantage, but again, Man X's with 4 HP. Nothing
Sean.
much to brag about.
Nice shot. He's got nothing big to write home about either. So lit up. That nano swarm could do wonders here from Slender if they were to chuck it to backside. The 2-on-2. Make it the 2-on-1, the 1-on-1. Down to 7 bullets in that magazine. Slender, the position being exposed, but 5s being exposed to take the L. Slender coming in. Nice and slick for the win. 100 HP, not even taking any damage on the armor.
Initiated. Switching sides.
All right.
Match
Well,
point.
now we switch things over again where we see SFU now putting themselves in a situation where they're on match point for the first map. Again, for anybody just tuning in or just forgot or short-term memory like Kappa, it is a best of 3. So it means that we are not just a best of 1. It is a series, so the team needing 2, of course, needing best of 3. But a big situation here because, again, we've seen both these teams being on map point. They can't close. So this was something I was worried about SFU, but both these teams are showing that. I mean, but they also are showing a ton of resilience. They are not giving up yet. And this is only map 1 of day 3. We haven't even gone through anything else. Oh, man. And now we see TMU just get aggressive. They tried to do that play again. I talked about really risky. Getting the biscuit. It wasn't as executed as nicely, but a really good reaction coming in from SFU. I think they were expecting that. They had the anti-strap positioning, and they read that like a book, and now they put themselves in a great spot here. This is not good right now for TMU.
Look at the rotate. They're trying to make something happen.
Stallion. Oh, needed that kill and does get it.
All right, back to even Steven. Even playing fields, level pegging, however you want to say it. 3-on-3, 50 seconds.
Oh, Sean. Man, Sean's doing such a great job. Just that utility just allowed them not to go over on the rotates, and almost Sonic gets caught here with the bullets. Spike's going to go down, but now we're back to the nitty-gritty of a 3-on-3. No ultimates here for any side. Utility unavailable for Sean. 5 still does have the shock bolt ready to go, double of them. HP's full though here for the attacking side. SFU just needing to hold on as long as possible. Sean does get a little bit more shot. Paranoia lands in. SuperMeave able to find another.
2-on-2.
Oh my goodness, the spam damage is absolutely insane. And
remaining.
leaving it down to one more player again. Super Sean by
I know where they
himself.
are. Someone's got to get on it, lads.
Enemy remaining.
Someone's
Gotta
going to
go
get on
for
that
the break.
spike.
Oh man, he might be able to have this.
Time.
And there it is. It's done and over. SFU, they've been able to take this map with a 15 to 13. They finally close it, and they get the job done.
Woo! Man, I had breakfast this morning, but that's like a second meal. That was heavy. That was a heavy game to start things off. 15-13. Super close game. And SFU White get themselves into that pole position for the lead. I'm shocked.
Yeah, as am I. Actually, surprisingly, yeah. Like, I mean, I feel like, you know, it was a good victory coming in from SFU. They showed a ton of resilience, and that's where we talked about, like, a map like Ascent is a map where it's pretty even footing. It's just really about the agent composition. Like, is an obvious thing to state, but it really does make a big difference. But that was a nail biter to start things off, right? I mean, they cooked up a 15-13, and I mean, Dime Zero, despite losing, led in terms of the frag department with 30 and 21, and then you had Sonic and SuperMeave kind of sitting in themselves at 25 and 22. But I mean, that's huge though, right? 6 first bloods for Dime Zero, just to give you perspective of a duelist.
I was going to say the duelists from both sides for Jets, right? 6 first bloods for both of them, lads. So as much as SuperMeave may not have been as much of a fragging force as Dime Zero of that individual 3k per hour we saw over and over again, the impact was still huge on the frags we did see from SuperMeave and just clambering into the lead. As I mentioned, and I'm going to say it once more, shooting the body. If the body was not shot, that defuse would have happened. I am telling you. We can watch that replay back, and I will watch that replay back. But micro choices can make a massive impact on the game. Game 1 is going to go the way of SFU White. We've got 2 more potential games coming your way in this best of 3. Or are SFU White going to get it done in 2 here for the Valorant Social? The first one here of 2024 from Memory Express, and it's sponsored by Make-A-Wish Canada. Talking to Make-A-Wish Canada, if you're interested in maybe donating some money towards Make-A-Wish, it is going to be !Make-A-Wish if you're down to send some money their way to a great cause. And hey, you're looking forward to some more events. What else is going on this year for the Valorant Social? It is going to be !Events in the chat as well. So believe we're taking a little break. Grab a beverage, grab a snack, and we'll catch you in just a few minutes then.
And all right, we're back. We're ready to go here. We're still in the first best of 3 series here for the Valorant Social, myself last. And of course, Kappa, we just finished ourselves with Ascent. A long game that went into a double overtime. And now we get to go things over here for Split is going to be the next map and big decider. And this is now where SFU did get themselves that first map victory. But man, did they have to work for it.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of work. Looking at Split as well, this is a map that TMU Blue looking pretty confident on. So if that's the case, they haven't really banned it too much throughout the tournament we've seen over this weekend, and that gives me the inkling that maybe we could be seeing ourselves go all the way for this best of 3. This could be a TMU Blue comeback into the series. If that's the case, we'll be going the full distance and going to that sudden death in the last map. Or are we going to see SFU White take it in 2? That's the question. You got any inklings? Do you think it's going to go the 2 and done for SFU White? Or do you reckon TMU Blue are going to come in and pull through?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, like, because I feel like both these teams actually like this map. Like, I know we know from the history too. Like, I mean, SFU so far in this tournament only banned it 1 time, whereas I think TMU have gone twice, or actually the other way around. So TMU banned it only once, SFU have gone twice. So it kind of makes me think that TMU probably like this map a little bit more in that sense. But I mean, that's the biggest thing here is that I think the SFU getting that win is probably a really nice feeling, just because now they have that comfort that at least they got the first map, but they can't kind of like ease off on this, right? And this is a mistake that we see a lot of teams do, is that they kind of feel way too confident, overconfident, and then it backfires on them, right? So I think this is going to be really important. I think this is still going to be a nail biter, but I mean, the way we saw this last game go, like that was just incredible. I mean, we got to see so many individual plays, but I think we finally got to see SFU kind of bring themselves back in a massive deficit, and then TMU doing the same thing. So I don't have an answer for you. I really don't. I think this is going to still be a close game regardless. So
it is going to be a close game. I think it is we go done in 2. That's going to be my guess from SFU. They seem like they are warmed up now. They seem like they've had that kind of first few laps around the track, and they're in tip-top shape. We did see some phenomenal stuff yesterday from TMU Blue, though, so never out until they are officially out, I think would be the thing to keep in the back of your mind, even if you're a bit stacked on the SFU White fan base. Time0 at Lock in the Jet. And a really consistent Jet over the entirety of this weekend for the Valorant Social. I see nothing wrong at all with that pick. I think that's a great pick. Hunt's been fantastic on the breach as well. And also, if my knowledge serves me correctly, the team manager is going to be Hunch too. So multiple roles, the initiator and the team manager, organizing people for their executes in IRL and in game. Nice. The Sky selection being super short to pick up. The Astra selection as well. Interesting.
Yeah, not bad. Actually, I kind of like this pick too. Again, I think we got to see that once yesterday in one of the BO1s. We had 6 of those yesterday. So I think the Astra pick is going to be really interesting in the sense of just utility. So, I mean, on the attacking side, that's I think Slenda's going to be able to, give some good utility room for these guys. So we'll have to see. But TMU are going to be starting off on the defense, and then SFU are now going to be on the attack, and they already kind of impressed me as well. I mean, in the sense about, like, I was questioning their attacking side, how well it could be. It did start really slow today. Like it's like getting the motor running, right? Like it needed like 20 minutes to warm up, and it started to do what it needed to right at the end, and it was full speed ahead. But now we're going to see how well they can do after that map, and that's where we talked about the biggest difference between a best of 1 to a best of 3. I mean, it seems like it shouldn't be, but it is. I mean, it's talking about endurance. It talks about the mental resiliency. There's so many different elements when you talk about a BO3. So this is where we have to see if TMU are going to be able to bounce back on this, because this is the first time we've seen a best of 3 in this tournament.
It is. And it's the first one of 2024 as well. Oh, talking of first shots, that's a nice first shot from Stallion. One of those 15 bullets. Boom, headshots.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. So we'll find what's going to be a little bit differently. And now the opening duel going in favor here for the defense. You love to see that. So TMU have done a great job just to find themselves in a position where they find that first, which I think is important, just because now the attacking side. Okay.
Stallion, let's go, baby.
Spike down.
This is multi-kills after multi-kill. That's a quad coming in from Stallion. Sorry, my mind was just gapping there. But yeah, that's insane. And I mean, Stallion was somebody that we talked about in the pre-show that, from yesterday, like had some of the highest, I think the second highest KD rating with a 2.4, and then pretty much sitting overall from day 2 with 29 assists. So, I mean, that's a pretty insane amount of stats to talk about as well. I mean, assists aren't necessarily the frags, but it means that you're still doing a ton of work.
Stallion by name and by nature. Whoa there, boy. Amazing shots. One taps for, I think, at least 2 of those 4, and headshots. A couple wall bangs to follow suit with the others. Tremendous. Lovely jubbly. Can Stallion keep up that momentum, that rage and force all throughout the game? Fives does take a couple of little chip damage shots from the classic. Nothing to write home about, mind you. Backs off. Fives regains control of site for now.
Yeah, and actually reconvening here, so SFU are actually going to put a little bit more effort on this A hit. They're going to go for a 4-1 split, just leaving the Jet, which is just going to be the lurk. Super Meave to see what they can do. Sean actually lines up the Bulldog. Nice little bit. Stallion again, looking for multi-kills, but it's only 1, but at least it's enough. And yeah, this is looking like a pretty convincing round here. And I mean, this would be huge for the defense, essentially not allowing the spike to go down. This is going to be really good just in terms of money not being grabbed here for the attack. Because there wasn't a ton of investment used for this. If they can grab an orb, that's going to be nice. Yeah, Super Sean's going to be able to grab it. So I feel like already that's a bit of a success point.
30 seconds left. Last player.
And it's a scrap. And it's a clean out.
It's a blender. It's an absolute blender. You're making a smoothie, put the banana in there, and it's over. That was the blender, by the way, if you're wondering. It's like a lawnmower, but it's a blender. No?
Yeah, that sounds like a weak one, but...
Listen, I can't afford an expensive one, so we're just rocking what we have in the budget, okay?
That's fair.
Could be an air horn too, I guess.
I was going to say, it sounds almost like an air horn, but... I've never heard a blender make that noise, but I mean, what do I know? So
my blender's a budget blender, man. I'm not going to give away the brand, but it makes some different sounds. We'll look into that. We'll troubleshoot that one later. The Tasmanian Tiger going to be the entry here for Super Sean. Finds the trips. Lovely. Good stuff. Get to the bench. Did they clear hell, though? They didn't clear hell.
No, they didn't. And now look at Sean just able to find 2 easy frags right there. That's just a bit of a misplay. And Super Sean, despite getting hit with the fault line, getting stunned a little bit, still wins that engagement. Fake plant coming in now. But you can see all these players on the defense are just sitting in screens. Aftershock now going to be a bit of an issue. Super Sean going to get blind. Good turn coming in. But just overwhelmed here. Left, right, and center. Death and above. Everybody's everywhere. And there we go. A 3-0. We're starting to see here from TMU, and they're doing a great job to get themselves a really good start in this game. And now, I mean, we're going to see the attack back on a lighter purchase. So this, you know, I talked about the reset, talked about if they can handle it. It's looking like so far they're ignoring map 1.
And that's the sign of a championship-worthy team. A team that can take the prize here. Wash off that last round, that last game at least, and it happens. But we've got another couple of games on this best of 3. Let's not give up just yet. Let's keep investing. You said it to wrap up the stream yesterday. Overall in Valorant, no matter what level you play, you've got to stay engaged, invested, and ready to take that next gunfight. That's exactly what we're going to see over at mid-tier. Sally gets the entry, gets traded out. 2 beautiful shaft shots from Sonic Fast. Traded out once more, so 3-on-3.
Yeah, Super Sean's going to use the guiding light to get out of this position, kind of, but again, not
Aftershock.
That is an aftershock. Yeah, that's not an easy thing to get out of. That's the spike drop now too. And now Super Meave just kind of sitting on the end of this cyber cage, waiting things out. And now the defenders have already pushed through mid. Needs to hit shots, but Sean has the better angle. Just sees the edge. Yeah, and this thing might be over. Man next to him now. Gonna get neural theft on. Oh no, they know exactly. Ay, caramba.
Bit unneeded, bit unnecessary, bit savage, and yeah, out it goes. But you know, if you're from SFU White, that's looking good. Hey, they burnt the neural theft of 1 player, right? Like, you could take that as a tilter of why they use that, or you can look at it as, well, that's 1 less ult that they have. So the glass full approach, 1 ult wasted on 1 player, not too shabby. The full purchase coming in here for SFU White. Not really seen anything too convincing this game from SFU White so far. They haven't had a chance to, because, simply put, TMU Blue are just shut them down before they get to have a say.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, it just seems like we're seeing from SFU, they're not looking as clean right now for their attack. And TMU is doing a great job, just like, again, just holding on. Pretty basic setups and everything, nothing too fancy, but I like that last round. They even just re-aggressed on the spike. They know there's going to be players close, and they go for the fight.
Scout
But the
destroyed.
question is, with this full gun round, I mean, this is a big one in the sense that they need to get rid of this goose egg. They need to get something on the board here.
They gotta. Now or never, or see you in the next,
Spike
see you in the
down,
last
B.
best of 3.
have retrieved
Hopefully
the
not. SFU White looking to get it done in 2. Nice little drive-by coming in from Sonic Fast. Does have the ult available as well. No satchels to complement it, though. The free
One
fire
enemy
coming in.
remaining.
The ult's
Last
there
player
too. This could
standing.
be a showstopper. It won't stop the show just yet. It's down to the one-on-one still.
have the spike.
No utility available for either player. Sean rotating back to that anchored setup. Actually going to retrieve the setup and maybe try to reset.
I'm surprised he actually doesn't go for this orb either. I thought he would have actually went for that. But look at this. This is big brain right now.
30
Because now you can
seconds
see the
left.
raise, which is Sonic. Now going to go through ropes. Going to go all the way towards A. They kind of did a bit of a mind game. But now this tripwire getting destroyed. He has full information on this. But now Sonic Fast has to figure, okay, where on earth could he be? Now, obviously expecting him to come probably through defender side. 13 seconds. Sean in a great position.
10 seconds
Oh.
left.
Sean gets the
Oh.
timing here.
Yeah, he's got the best timing in the world.
Oh,
Surely Sonic's not going to expect him to be here this quickly. Should be able to line this up. Oh, and there it is.
There it
Yeah,
is.
nicely done. And Sean now putting themselves at a 9-1, but a really good attempt coming in from SFU. I mean, they tried to mix it around. They tried to play the mind game, but that's the beauty of a cipher, right? Those tripwires give so much information. You can just kind of leave something and then
No more
retreat.
than we did before.
And that was perfectly placed here from Sean. I've been really impressed with Sean
Here.
so far today. He's done really well. He's not one of those players, you know, necessarily that just puts up the most like massive numbers, I think, from even what we saw yesterday, but he is somebody that's done really well today. Like, it looks like he's kind of reinvented himself a bit. He top fragged on the first map. He's top fragging right now, and also just kind of playing his role to maximum effect here. So this is great to see from him.
It really is. I love that you've highlighted that. It's been a good display of a consistent support player that Sean has been using. And talking of support, getting initial info as well. Huge. No one's main. Great cam. Fantastic
Scout
cam.
destroyed.
Yeah,
I was going to say as well, you're looking at like Cypher versus KT, right? The advantages, the disadvantages. That range differential for Cypher, you could be opposite side of the map. And you can still have all of that info at your disposal. Sonic Fast trying to gain some info over Adam, goes through mail. Oh boy. Picks up a first class up shot to the dome. Great double push there coming from
Spike down,
Stallion.
B.
man.
5-on-2, Laz, already.
Last player standing.
Well, already looking like Stallion's trying to rack up those numbers we talked about, you know, second highest KDA in
no
the entire
score.
tournament. Sitting at a 2.4, now comes in sitting at a 10-5, finding these multi-kill rounds. And
We got this.
again, even though that we're seeing TMU, like TMU Blue, sitting in a position where they're up 6-0, I mean, they're still bringing the fight, right? They're still mixing things up. They're not just playing like a static setup. They're not just playing like a 2-1-2, or they're not playing, you know, kind of the, you know, defaulty setups. They're really mixing the playbook here on the defense, which in my opinion is one of the best things you can do, because we can see that SFU are struggling right now. They can't think of an idea, and this is what makes it even harder for an IGL, because you're like, well, what do we do? Like, they're literally countering everything we're attempting. So, and then when you got Dime doing that, that's not making it easier either.
What do you do? Like, there goes your Cypher. There goes your Lurk. Stallion takes out the smokes. No
No
controller.
control.
No sentinel.
I've
You're
got your
losing
trail.
control of the rounds. Player by player. It's a disaster. Can this crisis be averted? I don't think so right now. 5's on 1. Picks up 1. Picks up
Piss
2. Super Sean picks up a frag of salts. Takes out the jet. Takes out the op for now. The paranoia exchange for the guiding light. The
Look at all those
Tasmanian
utility.
Tiger chasing, trying to bite Super Sean. The behind the trip coming in, and the 5's coming in for the win. Triple threats of frags presented from 5's. 7 rounds. And to go exactly back to what you just said, like last round, they're so dynamic and fresh with their plays right now here from Stallion, from TMU Blue. It's like if you go to a bakery and you see loaves of bread, they're like, are those stale? How long have they been out? Instead of that, it's like you go to the bakery and there's a fresh loaf of bread every single damn time you go there. That's the place that we're seeing here from TMU Blue. They are going into that strat book. They're flicking through the pages. They're taking a line from page A and page 1. They're going over to page 50 and they're picking out a few lines there as well. They are just loaded with strategies, and that does not stop here. Slender trying to harvest up some kind of synergy here, harvest up some kind of strat book play as well. And I think they've got to take more mid-control, lads. I'm trying to think what I would do if I was in this moment as an IG. What would you say to your team is, get mid-control. Let's be more aggressive. Let's take that contact play. Let's trade in and let's try and force that mid-push. They've tried the mid-crawl, but they've not tried the banger mid-push. I'd love to see that. You can test an op, though, and that's time 0. That's something really hard to overcome.
Yeah, it is, right? I mean, there's a couple things you can look at. Is like, do you want to shut down Dime? Like, do you want to like just try to avoid them as much as possible? Like, there's a couple ways you can look at this, and I think that the thing would be is like, look, let's just try to find the opposite end of where Dime isn't, and let's just try to go for the execute on this site, right? And then that way they can kind of counter the op. The op is obviously becoming a bit of an issue right now. We said yesterday the op wasn't a big factor yesterday as much as we wanted it to be, but today is definitely a different story. I mean, even Dime sitting at a 6-4 is still finding these critical opening duels and winning things out to start the game. But if I was, for SFU, I think I would want it, like you said, getting that mid control would be good, just having some control of the map, but getting a bit of a feel where the players are.
They're trying to do that exactly that right now, to a T of what you said there, lads. They're on their eco hit. They're trying to poke and prod, see what is happening over at mid. And those info plays could be huge, especially in an eco, right? You're saving, got little to lose. Apart from your sanity, it's fine. That is huge info. Now up to almost vents here as well. 45 seconds. You've got no fraction.
And even Stallion actually gets a bit aggressive and was using the guiding light just to get a bit of a noise cue that there's a player there. Now we can see from SFU, they're going to actually go through ropes. There's going to be some tripwires, I believe, that are close onto this. There's a camera still on this placement as well. Cypher's still close into this. So Sean, again, just playing right in hell. Just look at that information. He's
absolute menace.
He's playing so amazing. I mean, he's sitting 11-1. He's getting all this information. Look, they're all tripped. Oh my goodness, gets a free kill. Look at that, 12 seconds remaining. They have a decision. They either need to go or they need to save. And I think the call is going to have to be saving it.
Yeah, you got to. You got more than a... Oh.
And this is the problem, right? I mean, this is the thing that we saw from SFU is that even on the first map of Descent, they were taking so long for their executes. It's like they're kind of like the old Na'Vi. They just want to like burn the clock and they want to go for these executes with like less than 20 seconds. And it's like, it just doesn't make any sense. But it also kind of shows that they really don't know what they want to do, right? They really don't have an idea for the plan of attack. And that is a hard thing to do. And I mean, this is not trying to negatively criticize them. It's like, it's just a difficult position to be in. You're down by 8-0. You're not really convincingly getting map control. Things are backfiring on you. Sean is just a nuisance at this A site, right? I mean, that's the hard thing against the Sentinel.
It's frustrating to watch, like with your play against Sean, 12-1, and we're talking about Dime Zero in the art, but let's just put that away for us. Let's forget that's the thing. You've got Stallion. You've got taking big frags. Talking about Dime Zero, the op has been removed.
Yeah, like you said, put it away, and they finally do. They finally find that opener. They remove the operator. That's a perfect one. Super Mean now waiting things out just a little bit more. And going for this mid control like you talked about.
I know exactly.
Neural Theft going to be activated here from the attacking side of SFU, so now they have a good inkling of where this defensive setup is. They know the Cypher's playing A, but now it's going to be a question what TMU want to do. I mean, they can either lean on this, and Sean actually gets removed, so now that's actually a really big deal because he's been the thorn on the side. This is a convincing take now. They're actually looking really well on this, putting him on a 4-on-2 advantage. Fives and Huns now, the last two remaining players. They still have the utility, the fault line. Huns gets a drive-by. Oh, man. Slender just goes into it. I don't know why.
It's much a risky play. You need to bank this round. Just a 2-on-2. They shouldn't be making these reckless swings. 1-on-1.
They both know too, and Fives is thinking that they're, that this is going to be re-aggressing coming in from NXTM. Fives is again needs to get going here. Like, time is ticking. Spots the
No
shoulder.
paranoia.
Now they know exactly where they are. They have to go. This is just a gunfight. They have to just land the shot. One shot and it's going to be done. It's a spray. And there it is. Fives.
Fives.
Whew. I don't think there's going to be enough time, though. Oh, 0.29 of seconds. Oh, no. Again, I was saying burning the clock. But for SFU fans here, I mean, they're going to be a little bit happy. They finally get rid
Off
of the
the
goose
ground,
egg.
baby.
Yeah, it's only up from here now. I mean, we're sitting at an 8-1. Oh, my word.
Problem.
Absolutely
Times
insane.
Zero can still afford not. Problem.
Yep.
Super Sean and Super Meave. They can barely bite.
Absolutely true.
12 in 7, 12 in 2. Filthy plays coming in
Get out of my
from
way.
TMU Blue. The Blade Storm unveiled.
I wonder if that was a misclick.
I'm wondering that too.
Super Me looked like they had the Blade Storm, but then I think they right-clicked by accident.
Oh dear.
So they just burned all their knives.
They've got a classic now. That's it. As good as it gets. That free
Yeah.
gun slaps, but I don't know about this point in the game if that's going to be your crutch weapon. I'm rocking a classic, guys. Don't worry. Tailwind gun, not utilized. Blade Storm gun, not utilized. Or misutilized, I should say. And removed.
man.
Fives takes out Super Meave. That's so unlucky, Les.
That's perfect placement, though. Again, Stallion uses the Trailblazer to get things done, and actually does stun the Jet. And that's why Fives was able to just go for the swing here on the top ground, on the top ramp, and able to just find that easy duel. Like, I mean, that Jet was stunned, had nowhere to go. So that's just some good coordination coming in right now from TMU. And that was something we talked about yesterday, right? I mean, this is where we said, look, like these guys were really well coordinated. They looked like a fierce attacking side
30
team, and
seconds
now they're
left.
starting to prove a really big point here. And they must have listened to us yesterday because they're trying to show us that their defense is just as good.
Sean, having control, lockdown, the key thrown away
10 seconds left.
somewhere in the airport lounge of Split, maybe lost in the cafe, perhaps in the lost and found bin, along with the rounds, along with the momentum here for SFU White. On an absolute struggle bus on this map right now. And you said it earlier, and I like going back to these points because it starts to kind of tell the story as the rounds progress. They just don't seem to have an outplay for Sean right now. Like, they don't have an outplay for that op. They're challenging these battles that realistically they're not going to win. And that's not to say anything against them as players, it's just about the type of engagements they're taking. This is such a hard map to play against with a defender's setup that is organized. And right now, it's hard to see a comeback coming up for this first half. I'm going
No,
to
it
see
definitely is.
the gravity well over at Heaven. Sean switched up his position once again. Nuisance, Menace. The crux of SFU White. Oh, that's a showstopper though.
Yeah, that's a great start. They finally get themselves an opening here. They're actually going to get the spike down right away too. So Blade Storm are going to be used from Dime as well. And a noise cue coming in from Sonic going in that cyber cage. That's, again, back to Sean's utility like you talked about. Knives actually is going to land some. Menextem does take the grave. Looking for a little bit more. Now going in favor here for the attacking side, bringing it back, leaving it just down to Sean, somebody that's been able to do some big work. 12 bullets in the chamber. 2 players to go against. Going to be able to get this information. Super Me walks right into it. Bit of a fake defuse. Curry goes for a swing, but it's a classic
Unlucky.
to get it done. Finally, we see SFU getting themselves a consecutive, or not even a consecutive, but
round
find themselves
before
at
the
least
switch.
another round back on this. As we're going into the last round here before the swap, and I think for SFU, if they can find themselves 3, and if they're able to take that pistol and kind of get things moving, I mean, we could be talking about a decent chance of a comeback. But they desperately need this. I mean, this isn't even a question, because if we see TMU find this 10, I mean, man, that's a buffer and a half. We're talking, 8 rounds that you can work with before even a tie game.
Too much of a comfort zone. You ask me, and I'm sure what they're thinking 2 times Zero. Just deleting smokes. Astragon back into the cosmic ether. Astra will go for this round. Back for the second half. See you later, Astra. Fives gets another one. Super Meave able to say something about it, though. Not going to be
Cage
seeing
triggered.
the Cypher at mid. Man next to him does have the element of surprise on their side here. I think the problem is you have to take out Sean. Sean's set up on B has been the kiss of death for SFU White.
Yeah, this utility that Sean's been able to place at the C site has just been so good, right? I mean, again, that utility's just been a bit of a problem, and even man next to him now going to give it away. Camera going to get placed from them. They have the site, though, so this is the thing. So now they can go for the post plant, but it's a question of where they put themselves. They either have a decision that they can go for an aggression to bring things back to an equalized 3-3,
Spike planted.
or they try to, you know, just kind of build some sort of a crossfire and do something here. Hun's now going to be able to find. It's going to be man next to him. Does win that duel. Neural theft going to be used, and actually very well done here from SFU. They find themselves these two opener. Regrowth going to be used, and now the healing comes in. Full HP here for the attacking side. Camera going to be able to get a little bit of intel. Stallion does find the head of the other Sky.
Last player standing.
And now just leaving it all down to Dime. Someone that's been fierce here like you talked about. But this is tough. This is now a difficult situation on the retake. They're just going to swing together. Oh my goodness. And somehow Dime is still alive. I don't know how.
John Jet.
Oh, and just there it is. Super Move going to get it done. Making that the quad kill.
Nice
And we do
piece.
see a 9-3.
Switching sides.
Some people have spoken about a curse, the 9-3 curse. Do you believe the 9-3 curse? Do you think it's a load of poppycock? Or do you think it's an actual thing? If they win this pistol, do you think it's possible for SFU White to get this done in 2?
I think, like, you know, kind of what we talked about before is, like, I think if they do find the pistol and they can get these couple conversions, I mean, we're already talking a pretty close game already. So, yeah, I definitely think there's a massive possibility here. And they finally, at the very end, the tail end of this first half, they got themselves at least a couple rounds. So, I mean, I think it's a good way to transition to this. But, yeah, I'm a believer.
I am also a believer, my friends. Starts with that first blood, though. We've got to see the message sent. Sonic Fast looking to do exactly that.
Wow, look at that aggression from Dime. Already pushed it into
They're in
past
nail.
Nail. Already in
What are they
tower.
doing? They're berserkers.
And that utility from the Cypher is actually all the way in on A2, so there's nothing here to, like, really slow this down. And man, next to him just gets caught. A bullet just
All the
graces
things
his
to
hair.
Undead.
Sean? Again?
Just run and gun with the ghost. Rude. Rude dude. Man next to him. Gonna get the heals. The regrowth. Issuing another opportunity at life. Man next to him, not really the biggest cooking game as we've seen this entire series. Get taken out of rafters too. The flawless speaks for itself. Everyone survives. Pistol rounds. Double figures achieved. 2 rounds from match points. The likes of TMU Blue. I mean, good effort coming in from SFU White. They tried to get that garage control. The neighbors in there. They did that hyper aggression. They tried to kind of get the advanced hold, but the flash just did him dirty. I think that flash came from Heaven, if I'm not mistaken, from Hunch as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you're correct. Yeah, and that's a tough situation now. I mean, for SFU White, I mean, this is the thing. Like we said, the pistol is so important because now, I mean, double digits have been grabbed here for TMU. They're just going to swarm into this site. I mean, now this is just going to overwhelm Slenda. I mean, look at this. They have a
Double
stinger.
stun.
They're blind. They're trying everything they can. Actually, some good damage. The breach already down to critical HP of 2, but the regrowth is here. So that HP is going to be used. Oh, man. Not enough here. Dime able to find another one. The defense is trying their best to get into this. They're not invited to this party at all. And now you can see the bouncers here from the attacking side. They're just going to clean it up, throw them out the door, and there's an 11th grabbed just like that.
Talking of bouncing, I did a bouncing shift not so long back. I did bartenders, another job aside from being an analyst. But yeah, I was a bouncer for a night. That was an interesting job. That was a very not my jam.
Yeah, because you got to be mean.
Jam. You do have to be really mean. You have to be really mean. I had
Yeah.
some lady yelling in my face. Good times. Good times.
Well, thankfully, no ladies yelling in your face today. Just me.
Sky's been yelling in my face. It's okay.
True.
We'll take it. The accent, all forgiven. 11-3. One-off match points for Stallion. For Dime Zero. for the entirety of TMU Blue. They could be seeing themselves through to the last of this best of 3 if they can keep this up. Hard to see a world where they wouldn't be able to keep this up. Just the way they've been playing here. Great mid aggression. Try to do that counter push, but oh boy, the triple swing comes in. 3 different players, 3 different frags. Bag and tag, baby. Could be another flawless hit to get us to match point. All down to man next to him. 3 and 14 this game. Not having a scorch up. Blind as a bat. The free fire, the jump free fire comes in. Team Ace and flawless combined. We're going to map 3, lads. I'm saying it.
Wow, great analysis. 12-3. Calling to map 3. Good lord.
Say it as it is. Say as it is.
I mean, yes, I will agree. It looks very. There's a big probability. Yes, that is a right in the chances of this happening. But I mean, it's not impossible. You and I have casted this before, where teams have been in a gigantic deficit, or they've been deep in the hole and they get themselves out. But it's asking a lot right now, and I mean, everything's spent. An operator going to be available now, which is going to be for Super Meve, and we'll have to see what they do with it. But you can already see TMU, they just want to get it done. You already have Dime already pushed into elbow. Look at this positioning, already near screens. This is not good. They have the site for free. It's a 5-on-5, and this is now about if they can win these gunfights. Dime does take some big damage, but again, the regrowth, man, that has been Stallion just putting in a basic healing thing. But man, has it panned out well for them.
Slid up, picks up one. Start for the retake. Fives removes the heals, removes the initiator. Fives takes 2. Down to the 3-on-3. I'm going to see the raise entry. Stallion. Gets out that frag, no problem. Super Me with the up.
Oh, good guy.
In the 2-on-2, makes the body drop. Can we see something happen here? The Bulldog Stallion with a spray transfer, trying to get this over and done right here, right now. I think it's time to go to map number 3. Super Me gives that fight a tap, and this map is going to be a wrap. It's over for Split. We are going to map number 3. 1 in the bag from TMU Blue.
Wow. That was an insane quick second map. I mean, I was kind of wondering about that. Like we talked about, I mean, now things are going to be moving over to Lotus, which will be interesting. But before we kind of go into that piece, I mean, again, just talking about, you know, in terms of the overall stats, I mean, Sean was sitting at 19-5, and somehow as a Cypher found 3 first bloods, and then even right behind was Stallion as well, sitting at 16-10
That's
with
wild.
3 first bloods, right? I mean, that's something you don't talk a lot about, but it is a thing.
No. And not to mention 16-4 for Fives. 5 assists to boot to, 9 assists for Hunch. Not popping off with the frags, but the assist department, everyone was chipping in to contribute towards that win for this first best of 3 for the Valorant Social. It has been quite the display so far, and what better environment than the first BO3 to go all the way to the 3rd map. We had some great games on Lotus yesterday. Then we had our first OT yesterday that started on Lotus. So perhaps we might be going the full distance as these 2 teams are neck and neck. And quite frankly, the reason I mentioned, hey, it's looking like it's curtains as we're getting towards the end of that map, it just didn't seem like SFU White were the same team that we saw on Ascent over on Split. They didn't have the same mentality. Their pushes were disjointed. I don't know if it comes from and stems from just not having like a favored time on the map of Split. Maybe it's just not their map, it's their throwaway map. But yeah, just didn't seem to be the same synergized team we've seen all series long over this weekend.
Yeah, definitely not, right? I mean, this is the thing where I think SFU just didn't look as prominent. Like we talked about, I said their defense was usually pretty good, but it just looked like it was lackluster. Their attacking side looked like it was non-existent in this. But I don't want to even take that away here from TMU, because I feel like they played a really good defensive side. I mean, they started themselves off, I think it was 8-0 at one point, where like the round started kind of coming back a little bit here and finishing off on the 9-3. But yeah, TMU did a really good job. Like again, Sean played his role at the A site, using that utility, and just it's annoying to play against. If you don't have like a KO, you don't have something to break it, you're just going to run into problems, right? 99 problems, and Sean is definitely going to be one of them. So I mean, like, right? I mean, that's the thing. But I mean, this is going to be interesting for the 3rd and final map. I mean, this is the piece about Lotus, like we talked about. There were some close matchups yesterday, but we'll have to see. We're going to take that really, really short break though as we get ready to go. Let these teams kind of cool off. have them pep talks, have them conversations about what they can do to see who is going to be taking that third place victory. And we'll find out in just after the little break.
See you in a sec.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the very first Valorant Social in support of Make-A-Wish Canada. Yes, that's correct. This is a fundraiser where all teams' registration fees are going straight to the ASUS Make-A-Wish fundraiser. So for anyone tuning in, please feel free to hit that chat command, !Make-A-Wish, and help us raise some funds. Actually, one of the things we didn't really point out is that every single dollar that's fundraised during these Valorant socials results in a PC wish. That's correct. A gaming PC wish that Make-A-Wish has chosen to fulfill on behalf of one of their Wish kids. So smash that chat command, !Make-A-Wish, and your donations directly contribute those wishes. Now, I've just been told it looks like our casters are back. So we're going to give them another 30 seconds here as we get back on with our final match between SFU and TMU. That is Simon Fraser University versus Toronto Metropolitan University. This is a third placement and fourth placement final game in our best of 3. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and let's bring it right back to Cup of Frag and Laz.
And welcome back to the Valorant Social. Waiting patiently as you were and as we are too. For the last of this best 3, it's going to be Lotus. It's SFU White taking on TMU Blue. And we'll get right back into what will be the last game for these teams. We've got our best 3 coming your way for the first place. This is the battle of the 4th and the 3rd for that 3rd place prize pool. And it is the money day, baby, for the Valorant Social. It's all sponsored by Make-A-Wish Canada, ! Make a wish in the chat if you want to get involved with that and make your donation. And obviously, all courtesy of Memory Express as well. Thank you, Esports. Thank Memory Express for having us. And these teams, they've had quite the fiasco so far. One apiece, quite a close game for Ascent to start things off there, and for that second one, extremely TMU blue-sided. Let's speak about that. What happened on Split?
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to talk about Split, I mean, yeah, it was I think the Sean factor that was a big problem. It was Stallion that was a big problem. I mean, I think it was just all across the board was a big problem. I mean, it was a 13-3 victory that came in from TMU. They made it really quick, and like I said, I was a little bit curious that they were going to bounce back in a BO3. Looking like they do. And now we're going to go to Lotus as a third and final. And I mean, the thing that's really interesting about this is that, I mean, both these teams don't like this map. I mean, they've, in this tournament alone, have banned this the most. I mean, one of the most. So this is a map they probably don't really want to play, but it was the decider based on the vetoes. And this was kind of what makes me wonder how prepared or how well this game will go, just because of what we've seen. But I'm gonna actually put a bit of a lean here for TMU, just based on what we've seen in the past about their firepower, what they've been able to do. So I mean, if they're going to be starting things off, I'm just waiting to see. Yes, they are. I was going to say, if they're going to be starting on that attacking side, I'm kind of still expecting to see that full aggression, no respect. We're going in, we're doing what we want to do, and kind of a diehard moment.
Have their way with the server. I think SFU White are going to take this. I am on the Copium train. I thought we were going to take it into a bit of a blunder over on Split. I think it's going to happen for the 2-1. I'm also going to say for Lotus, to kind of add on to your point there too, it's one of those maps where the meta, I don't want to say it's undefined, but it's a loose meta. I don't really think there's a set role, even to the pro level. It's just a very different map. It's a very different map to the other maps in circulation. Omen being the most dominant and prominent controller for both teams here. You've got your Jet pick, you've got your Raze versus Jet comp, you've got your Breach versus the Sky, and you've got a Gecko in the mix as well with the Sage and the KJ. So I want to say like a variety bucket on Lotus, because again, that meta, it's still being felt out a bit, I think.
Yeah, and I actually, the one thing too, and I agree with that, like I like the Gecko pick from Sonic, and I actually like the Sage pick here from Stallion too, because I was thinking that might mix things up a little bit. I think we've only seen one Sage composition so far in this entire tournament so far on the stream, at least.
Stallion, I believe.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting one, just because like Stallion's kind of played these different roles and kind of these different positions where like they kind of play like Sky and stuff like that, but Sage is a bit of a different ball game in this. I mean, but it is great because you have the res, you have all these other opportunities. So I am curious what they're going to be able to bring to this. But like we talked about, third and final map. This game, if anybody is not aware, I mean, this is for the third and fourth place decider. And then after this, we're going to go right into another best of 3 series, which is going to be that determination, like you talked about, for fighting for that first place and second place prize pool as well. And that's a pretty exciting thing. But let's see what happens here for Lotus.
As the game is underway. Out this best of 3 today. Is it going to be TMU Blue? Is it going to be SFU White? Cheeky little jump peek there from Sonic Fast.
Cover going out.
Takes a lick of damage. Does have that mosh pit. Has the dizzy available.
Really slowing it down, hey? Like, I mean, this is
slow.
Yeah, this is, I mean, tension, getting feelers out, uncomfortability. I don't know. A lot of things.
Makes a mistake.
Shadows traveling.
Door's going to open now. So we see that TMU, they're going to just try to go for this. Yeah, the Stallion. Nice opener. Start things off. This is something they've done really well throughout the entire Valorant Social. They get these poster openers. They win the duels. So successful. Like almost like 9 times out of 10.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Peekaboo finds close on.
Go Sean with the aftershock. So many aftershock kills. Make a compilation of the aftershock kills coming in from Super Sean. Gets the one, gets the flash. No, actually getting blind still. Does the drive-by. A burst classic swing on 5s. On 2. Super Sean looking to be the superhero this round. Super Meave with the D. Back in business. Back at it again with those nasty one-taps.
Yeah, that's so sick, man.
Oh, it's not just once off either with Super Meave, is it? It's consistent.
No, and that's the thing too. Like, I mean, it's. I feel like for me, like, I would rather like utility and like a pistol or like get some armor and then drop a pistol. But Super Meave instead just decides, look, like, give me the sheriff. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna get you some multi-kill rounds. It's worked time and time again. And this is where again they start things off really well, like a triple kill, finding something with a sheriff in their opening pistol. That's insane. Like,
it is.
That's pretty cool. Bit of a statement made too, but that's the start they needed.
I've said that a couple of games in a row. I've actually said that my whole casting career. It sends a message. If you're able to make a play like that, it sends a mental and physical message to every team of, we're not messing around here. We're playing ball, and you got to play in our dojo, in our arena, times 0. Trying to bring the fight to them here. Show them what they can do with the sheriff. Stallion. Ooh. Just rubbing shoulders with the KJ there. Rubbing shoulders with Slender. Oh, the timing, the timing!
Oh my goodness, again. Stallion now found someone too. So now we're starting to see that again, like TMU are now starting to pick up these duels.
Gun here.
Isling in mid. We're gonna block off stairs. Leave me just down to the gecko here. So Sonic's just kind of sitting in the back of the site. Ooh, damage, but needs to get more than that. And it's a bit too much. Burns the clip. 5-on-2 now, Cuppa.
How'd that happen, right? So fast.
Spike planted.
So furious. The Guardian, the best odds. SFU White are going to have doing something here. Man next to him has that Neptune. Guardian swishing around over by drop. Clearing every angle possible. Alarm bot. He's going to spot them though. This is a really, really grim 5 versus 2. Not much you can really do here. Maybe dwindle a couple of weapons away from them. Oh, man next to him being caught with a knife out as well. Not ideal. Far from it. Weapons recovered. Round recovered too.
They tried. Now it's our turn.
Impressive plays there. Coming in from the attackers. Coming in from TMU Blue. Beautiful stuff, actually.
Nicely done. Honestly, just simple. I mean, that just came down to just bragging, right? I mean, this wasn't like anything flashy. It was just them finding duels. The fact that there was a little bit of aggression happening kind of in the outskirts of like A main, essentially, like A main and kind of on like the link side. I mean, this is where we saw TMU were able to find these openings, which was really good. And it came down again. Dime Zera like typically plays the Jet. Decided, like we talked about in the desk, was there was a bit of a switch up with the Rays on this one, which I'm all for. It definitely makes a lot of sense, but be interesting to see what kind of different composition or kind of different gameplay we're going to see from Dime. playing a different duelist. But like we talked about, their motto is, our duelists go crazy. Watch them. Watch me, Dougie. And that's a good start here for Dime, starting things off.
Boom. Owned. The site is theirs. For now, 4 versus 3.
Get it.
2 initiators and the duelist for this retake. A lot of utility.
And these are just pistols, right? I mean, this second round that was converted here from TMU, this is like broke the money situation here for the defending side of SFU. So, I mean, like on paper, this should be a good round for TMU to get themselves back into a lead. Ooh, Sean with a nice shot. Guardian just leaving it to Super Me by themselves. Tries to get that sheriff to work. Ain't gonna work this time, Cowboy. And now we got ourselves a 2-1 with 1 casualty coming from Stallion. It already has the ability to get the ultimate ready to go here, Cuppa. So, I mean, the res is available, and that's great. Starting things off already like that.
Stallion doing Stallion things. Might not be in the frag department this game. Doesn't need to be. You've got a Raze doing the work. Dime Zero clocking in 6 in 1, pulling them towards that winning vicinity. And I think some farm will bin plants coming in from Stallion, just making it happen, doing what they need to do to farm those orbs, farm the resurrection. Dime Zero farming the frags, baby. The triple headshot. That's how you initiate. That's how you get involved.
Man, that's exactly what I wanted to see from TMU, right? I mean, this is where I said, like, just go in, guns blazing, just go for the fights. Dime was like, hey, look, lads, message received, and I will deliver that for you. Let me cook up something good. Cooking up a 9-2. 9-2, and we are 3 rounds in. We're going into the 4th. Like, this is insane.
That's not even first class. That's like FedEx. That has to be UPS. He's delivered real fast. Whatever it is, the express delivery. Man, Exton been caught down a drop ramp a couple of times. Hasn't been able to make anything of it. Gets the 1, but 1 and done. He's not going to cut it for this situation scenario combined in 1. Down to Super Sean. Trying to save this Vandal.
Good call.
I think so too.
Yeah, there's nothing to go for. I mean, a one on 3 in a site like that, like there's just no chance. Actually, even 5's going down too is really unfortunate. That's just a gun given up, unfortunately, but just barely though.
They got money. They got stacks.
Yeah, they got some stacks. They got some coin, but it can bite them a little bit in the later portion of this if this round can be converted here from SFU. But that's saying if, right? That's a big if. And I mean, right now we don't have any ults that are. I would say they're all about 2 or 3 close, right? Getting to that point. But I mean, this is the thing is that TMU already has 3 ultimates ready to go. You have the Seekers, you have the Res, you have the Showstopper. I mean, that alone is already kind of an intimidation factor, like you talked about, or a message to be received here. So we'll see what's going to happen a little bit differently. Now, instead of just going towards A, you know, going back for that repeat, they're going to mix it up. They're going to try to challenge the Gekko. Sonic now going to have to do something. And he only has a Stinger. I mean, his utility is lackluster.
Trying to force the issue, force them out of sight. It will. Dime Zero, they're scared. They're shaking their boots as he pushes. Zero holding defender spawn, just tucked in this corner here. I love this. I think this is going to yield at least 1 frag, maybe 2. The spray, the choke, the caster's curse.
That's big, and that's Dime too. So that's the top frag already gone. So these Stingers are actually starting to sting like a bee a little bit. And they're actually winning these engagements, and all of a sudden, this has kind of changed its part here. And now 5's on a 1-on-2. Would look like on paper could have been a decent round here for TMU. This is kind of being a bit more of a scrappy. The little man just trying to go to the defuse. Not going to happen. Heads are peeking. Needs to get these shots, and that's huge. That's 5. 1 and 5 comes alive.
5 alive. 5 with 4. I'd love to see a couple more like that. That is the most precise gunplay I think we've seen in a 1 versus X situation. Just tap, tap. Goodness me. And that was from low ground to high ground as well, lads. To make like the challenge even greater.
Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? I mean, we talked about this before for TMU.
Wow.
We said, look, 5's was like one of those guys that the overall stats of the tournament. He had the second highest percentage for headshots. There's a great example there with that double clutch in that situation. But like you said, being in the low ground position, not an easy angle to go for those shots. Like, you have slight pixels to hit. Res now going to be used for Dime. Dime tries to get a little bit fast and aggressive, too fast, too furious, and does hit a bit of a wall, and then now things are fine, but we're back to the 5 and 5, and now they're going to commit to this A hit once more, but Super Sean close on by. Flash is coming in. Oh, does get caught here with the Trailblazer. This is not good. Just blinded. Just dead. Oh, man.
That beat.
Oh, love this wall.
2. Heal available in multiple formats. Seeing the regrowth come in, still have the Sage heal. Supermev, so much to do. So much to do. Has no dash, has no updraft, does have the Cloudburst times 2, has the Blade Storm. I don't think they're going to be looking to exercise the Blade Storm in this situation, though. Just going to get involved with pure raw frags, and, well, it's going to be a raw round. Bleeding out, 5-1, man. They move forward.
We didn't really put a wager on this either, did we?
We
said
didn't know.
SFU, I said TMU. Like, look, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But either way, I mean, no, I mean, this thing ain't over yet. I'm just all kidding. But TMU, you're doing a great job. Honestly, like, again, like I said, the firepower on this team was a big thing to note. It's starting to show right now. We're in a tight situation for SFU where they are on Stingers again, but they do have ultimates. So that Blade Storm should be used. Yeah, it's going to be instantly done right away. Makes a lot of sense from Super Me, but what are they going to do differently? Now, I mean, you see Super Sean in the situation where he actually just has to pull back on this. He's going to give up the site. They're going to go for a retake. They have a Rolling Thunder, so this might be the round where they just exploded the utility here and the ultimates.
Walled off. It's going to be Super Sean.
Right there.
Great use of that wall from Sage, from Stallion. Very problematic. Well, bit of a panic spray coming in there. Not going to cut it for Super Sean. Down to the 5-on-2, 4-on-2. And Exton getting a little bit done from the flank, the double flank. Not going to be the prong attack, just going to be the run it at him attack, and the run it at him comes back. 5s. Omen diff established. 7-2 for 5s. Mandem just not, I've got to say, it is not the play that we saw yesterday. We did see some crazy plays on Ascent from Manexton. Really sensational, what we know and love from day 2. But in these later games, just seems, maybe it's just bad luck, maybe it's just not putting themselves in the position for those frags. I'm not counting them out yet, but Manexton, we need to see that carry-esque playstyle that we saw yesterday. Otherwise, this is over and done.
Yeah, very well could be. And this is the thing, too, is where we see that TMU start things off red hot, like you said, and then it's SFU's trying to figure out themselves to get back into this game, and the motor running slow, and it's really running slow right now, and Dime is not being easy for it right now. The gear and the wrench, or the wrench and the gears. That's what I meant to say. But either way, Rolling Thunder going to be used. Super Sean using it. Not going to matter. Not going to connect. Not going to do anything. And now this spike is going to make its way towards the Zay site again.
Oh, that rolling toll room.
Oh, they're just getting bullied right now.
They are. There's no other way to put it.
This might be a save. I mean, I just don't know if I see this working out. I mean, they're going to try to contest this. 2 players just on the other side of this, but look at Stallion. A little bit of a Call of Duty move right there. Run and gun. And there it is. 7-1. Oi, oi.
You can always get it done with a run and gun. Kappa 2024.
I was going to say your motto right there. Don't even need to tell me twice. Anybody that plays a game with you, they're like, oh, he likes to run and gun this, eh? All right, got it.
Always running SMG. I see you. I see you running gun. So, aside from running guns, what are they talking about for this tactical timeout? I think it's a serious sort of metaphoric slap on the back of the head of get yourselves in shape, guys. Get yourselves in match-ready shape. They seem to be nervous. They seem to be playing uncharacteristic of what we've seen over the entire 3-day series. I want to see some confidence. I want to see some aggressive trades. And what we're seeing right now is stumbles and fumbles of the bag. And I think it just comes down to their mental. It's a bit bruised right now. They weren't expecting to lose split in such an aggressive fashion.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, that we were talking about the first map being a double overtime that was a victory, and then the second map of TMU just coming in and just making a massive statement and just, bulldozering them. And now
Yeah.
we're still in the same situation where SFU are down a 7-1 scoreline. They need to figure out what they can do to get themselves back in this game. And this is not easy to do because, like, this is where I'm assuming they did their homework to know that TMU are a very aggressive team. And that's where I say the firepower is probably the biggest point to talk about here. So I think this conversation at the time was probably like, okay, we need to isolate some duels. We need to find some openings here because we are not holding down any sites right now. And you can just see once again, TMU, they're just going to go right through A. They're just going to try to do what they can through rubble. They're just going to push through this. They don't even care. They're a 5-man squad. They're just going for it.
Where's the defense? Where's the KJ setup? Where's the info grabbing from stairs or close sight? Sight's all theirs. Aftershock, gonna force off the plant though. The frag coming in, making the 4 versus 4. Great flick from Vibes.
Spike planted.
Yeah, double again. Been a little bit more like, no, I don't even want to say quiet. I mean, sitting at 9 and 2, but I just feel like it's just been dying so much on the kill feed right now. But I mean, we're talking a 4-on-3. You got ultimates here if they want to here for the attacking side. So that KJL could be good. Man next to him gets caught. Dime just re-aggressing. Oh man, problems arising.
enemy remaining.
Sheriffs falling down. Super Sean.
There you go.
Not looking good here for any SFU fans here. An 8-1 now being gained. And again, this was only the pistol that was gained. And then it's just been TMU all over Lotus, right? I mean, this hasn't even been... They haven't even been close rounds. This has just been dominance the entire time.
One-sided affair. Completely one-sided affair. It's been a continuation of what we saw in map number 2. Map number 1, hyper-competitive. Anyone's game. Second game, not so much. SFU White getting kicked to the ground there, and now it seems like they're just stuck. They're close to submission.
Fire in the hole!
Nothing fresh to kind of outplay. They've used that tactical timeout as well, trying to think inside the box, see what else they could do with Dime Sarah. Audio Waterfall! Audio Waterfall! And takes out a play with that showstopper! Not even seeing them, Laz.
Oh no, and even man next to him, yeah, wins that fight against Huns, so yeah, that's fine. But now, I mean, we can see that team, you have the full information of this one player is just going to be sitting a mound. I mean, this is a problem, right? I mean, this is where they can just kind of go, okay, there's at least one player in the back lines. We can re-aggress here. We're going to fight this through Hall. And look at this. They're just doing that right now. They're just going to bring the firepower. They're just going to go for these gunfights. It is Dime to try something, but Fives does get a little bit of revenge. And Fives again finds a secondary one. A close round indeed now. 2-on-1 still in favor for TMU. Meave now trying to do what they can. The Vandal in hand, no more utility. They have the updraft, but not going to be important in this situation. I doubt expects a player to be this close. And Sean, Shorty in the club, and there we go. A 9-1 is being grabbed once again. TMU have not given up a consecutive round ever since the pistol. And I have to emphasize that because it's just like there was a blip in the water, little white cap, and then, man, it's just been smooth sailing for these guys.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying to play against the TMU Blue side when they're playing like this. You called it, Laz. Like 11 and 3 for 5, 16 and 7 for Dime Zera. No double figures, hardly even midway to double figures over on the side of SFU. White Hunts picks up an early pick. Adding insult to injury, the wallbang coming through from the Odin as well. It's all happening. All the guns from the armory being unveiled.
Not kill my allies.
Res happens. The number advantage. Back again. Low HP.
I've got your
On
trail.
one of the players being Super Meave, the top frag, the last person you want to be hurting for HP right now.
Barrier created.
Yeah, they actually switched it because, I mean, what they've been doing is just hitting this A site, and now they changed the pace. They go, okay, yeah, let's just mix up the playbook. What's the next letter after A? It's going to be B. So now we're going to do that. And now they get themselves an advantage. They got themselves with the lockdown. I mean, this is getting closer to the end of this half. I mean, they could just burn if they want, push these defenders back. Gecko going to use now his ultimate. Burning everything as much as possible. Yeah, there is lockdown's going to be used. And now this has just raised even more concerns. Biding them more time. This could honestly raise the question of saving. Yeah, I think they're going to get out of this. They're just going to leave. They're not even going to entertain it. They have to keep these guns, Kappa. I mean, this is where they have 4 rifles. They're going to go in the last round of the first half. One player's not going to have really tons of cash, but at least they can work around it.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate, disastrous circumstance for you lost in the best of 3. Back against the wall, you're being humongously pressed. I'm Sarah trying to remove any of those safe weapons. One weapon,
Last
2
round in the
safe
half.
from Sonic Fast.
This is it. Get those guns.
Zooms out the way, Sonic Fast. For that last round, for what it's worth, has the Vandal in hand. What's the purchase look like around that? There's a Spectre, a couple of Guardians. Only one Vandal. One Vandal with full armor can be acquired by SFU White in this last round.
Yeah, and
That's
the
not
thing
what
is,
you need.
no, it's not. I mean, that's the
Let's
thing,
see how
right?
it
I mean, for
goes.
TMU, the fact that they went on the hunt like that, they can afford it. They can afford to lose the guns. They didn't care. They already had the round guaranteed. They're sitting, even like Stallion sitting at 7,200, and that's after purchasing, right? So the fact that they're going for the hunt and now look at the guns that we're working against, that Bulldog is starting things off, but it's just a brawl here through main. A main right now. Gonna open the door to trees. They're just gonna go right back for the A hit again. They're just like dissecting them right now, Kappa. I mean, this, I don't know what else there is to say right now. The spike's gonna go down, a 3-on-2. Man, XM actually does find something here with the Guardian. Ooh, Man XM. All right.
Okay, we see you.
Here we go. That's the Man XM we wanted to see this whole time.
That's it, Doug. I was about to say, that's what we've talked of. And if you didn't see yesterday, you didn't see the first game tape, like, what are you talking about? I'm not saying anything that special from our next time. I think because, I think game fatigue. I
Switching
think performance
sides.
fatigue. Played so hard yesterday, trying to get back into that mindset today is not even being allowed. The space is not being given permission from the likes of TMU Blue. They're denying the space. So much space was taken from yesterday with Man Xm's plays. I don't know if it's a VOD review. I don't know what's happened, but they're not giving Man Xm that room to flex and to get involved. On the attacking side now, though, Man Xm has a little bit more wiggle room. 3 sites. Lots of room to play in the playground of Lotus.
No, no doubt. I mean, this is the thing too, is that we know from SFU, I mean, they are a team that they actually been pretty well in their pistol rounds. I mean, they've been getting a lot of conversions on that way, but it's after that is the biggest question. So Super Meave, instead, like I said, instead of going for the Sheriff, they actually invest with the Ghost on this one. Looks like they want to put a little bit more pressure on the C site. Dark cover going to be used from the defensive side here, TMU.
You got to get a pistol. I think goes unsaid, but let's say pistol must, mandatory, obligatory here for SFU White.
Yeah, no. There's no question about it. It's a requirement.
If there was a checklist of a comeback right now from an IGL, there'd be one checkbox and it would be win pistol. 1 round at a time. Don't overcook it. Don't think too hard. Just get that frag 1 by 1. Know that KJ sit up here. I don't think they're going to commit to this. Oh,
no.
They're not. Look at Curry. Oh, look at Curry. No, no, no. The choke. Dark cover. Aiding Stallion's fullback plan.
Yeah, they're gonna aggress into this A site potentially, but
30 seconds.
Stallion burning that wall already. This is good.
30 seconds left.
Oh,
Oh,
Man
Stallion
XM.
removed.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Man XM. But now they're all grouped up into tree. They're a bit of a funnel right now.
Wingman
Spike's
for the
gonna go
plant.
over the plant. 20 seconds. Oh, Super Meave's trying everything they can, but the defense is just winning these fights. They can't get
Spike's
any
not
sort
down.
of connection.
Spike's not down yet.
Yeah. Good pressure coming in. No hesitation. They just come from drop. They just go right into the site. They go for the fight. They knew the time was getting low, and that's again, I constantly say this anytime I'm on the desk, is that when you run the time low like that, there is just more problems that are going to arise because you just see it there. Because like they couldn't get the spike down, they had to worry about all these fights. Even if they can distract you for that, 10, 15 seconds, 10 or 15 seconds, you can't get the spike down. The round would have been lost because we were talking about an execute that was 20 seconds under. So,
yeah, it's unaccounted for players, unaccounted for util. You just don't know what you're dealing with in the late execution like that. If you've got number advantage, sure. If you know who's up there, sure. But in that scenario, just disastrous. The push coming in, Super Me trying to bring the fight to there, but Stallion Fives say, get out of my server.
oh, good grief. Five's just coming alive now. 16 and 4. They just take a flawless round and look at how convincingly they took it.
Match
All
point.
right, series point, match point. It's all come down to this. 13 rounds or 11 rounds needed here for SFU to bring it back to a win. Well, pretty much 10 rounds to go to overtime, I should be saying. I should do better math, but man, they need to... Yeah, they got to cross their toes, fingers, nose hairs, whatever. They need everything here.
Ears, arms,
Satchel out.
a lot of crossed arms, a lot of upset players, I think, for SFU White right now. They've played so well over the past couple of days. This doesn't seem fair. This seems wrong in their performance. I would have said they would have been one of the favorites after the performance yesterday, lads, but TMU Blue are just on another level today. Dime Zero, talking of that other level, is the Guardian level. The Guardian for their team. Fives, the fadeaway or flick with the Guardian.
Last player standing.
Manexton, all to do here. The hero of yesterday is going to be... Oh, knife off. The knife off.
Defenders
Sean
win.
finishes things off. Manexton falls to the blade of Sean. And that is going to be a victory in this best of 3. 2-1 for TMU Blue.
Wow, what a statement. Again, the first map going into a double overtime, which SFU were able to slip away. Then we talk about the second, which I think was like a 13-5 or something. Like it was just a close, or not even a close game at all. And then now we go into this third where it was the 13-2 and TMU do the reverse sweep, pull the rug under them, and they take it with ease, right? I mean, now they've guaranteed themselves that third place finish. SFU now are going to be sitting in fourth place, but man, oh man, that is such a big game from Dime Zero. Like really impressed. They came alive here. Fives was somebody that was putting in some huge numbers yesterday, but still is doing that today. But honestly, Dime Zero just coming in lethal, just popped off, right? And that's a recipe of disaster to play against. Like that is nothing but annoying. 5 first bloods just for a prime example of just that duelist.
And you think of that last game as well, just the individuality of 3K, so many individual plays that change around. And what do? If someone's popping off like that, if someone just woke up on the right side of the bed and they are clicking all of the heads, you're doomed. And that's what I think the scenario was for SFU White today. They were doomed against a team that were just absolutely dulled in for the entirety of a best of 3. Best of 3, I did say pre-game of this entire BO3 that it's different. It's different when you go into the 3-map scenario. You've got to have a different mindset, and that mindset was locked in and correct from TMU Blue. To give you the stats of it, SFU White walking away with 4th place, not empty-handed, walking away with $200 for the team to be split up there, and 3rd place going the way of TMU Blue with 400 Canadian dollars in their pockets there for Group B. So for Group A, we've got the 1st place, $800 and $600 for 2nd place. It is going to be Conestoga Condors Gold taking on the Brock Badgers Esports. We saw both of these teams yesterday, and I'm super excited to see what they have to give us for this next BO3.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think we are just going to take that little bit of a break. I think just about a 10-minute break here as we get ready for that second best of 3. So that match is going to be, like you said, the 1st place and 2nd place decider. This is going to be the last BO3 for the day. So make sure you grab whatever you need to get yourself buckled in here for the last BO3, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
See you in a bit.
And welcome back. We're ready to go here for the Valorant Social, going to the second best of 3 now for the final determination of the first place in the second place game. It's going to be the CC Gold taking on the Badgers here to see who is going to be victorious for that first place prize and that second place prize. Like you talked about, couple, which is going to be for the prize pool here for the first place team, whoever that may be, is going to be taking home $800, whereas the second place team is going for that $600. So there's money on the line here.
Man, we've cast a lot of tournaments over the past couple of years, and I can tell you this is a pretty decent prize pool. I've seen some prize pools that offer a lot less for a lot more. So this is a great opportunity for some collegiate players to top up their pockets, maybe help with some tuition, help with maybe a night out, help some groceries. Who the hell knows? That's their business, what they do with their money. But Memory Express and Make-A-Wish Canada being the primary sponsor here are giving back to that Val community. ! Make-A-Wish if you want to get involved in that Twitch chat and give back to Make-A-Wish and just helping out kids in need. There's been quite a few events that Mem Express have done before, and we've raised thousands and thousands for Make-A-Wish. So it'd be lovely to get involved for a bit more, try and get in there myself before the stream ends as well. Every little helps. And outside of that, the two teams we have for this grand finale for the best of 3. It's going to be quite an exciting one. If you were around yesterday, you're going to see and know about what these teams have to offer. It's CCG, which is Conestoga Condors Gold versus Brock Badgers Esports. We did see them compete yesterday, I believe in separate battles in separate games, and both very competitive teams that deserve to be where they are in this first and second spot. So strategic, so organized, and they have got some big fraggers on their team.
No, they definitely do, right? I mean, this is the thing. Like, I think for the Badgers, which was really impressive, was we got to see quite a few of the players doing some pretty big things. Like Spyrowind was somebody that sits at, like, in the overall tournament is sitting in number 3 with about 55 frags. You got, I think the name is pronounced as Pole, but hopefully we get that right. But that they also are sitting in number 3 for KDA. So like when you talk about all the stats, I mean, they were sitting at about a 2.3. So I mean, that's the thing, is we got to see some pretty good work from these guys. Like the fact that they were able to put at some good stats. They were sitting at themselves at a 3-0 record. They were able to take down the Bruins. They took down CC Black, and they were able to take down SFU White as well. So I mean, they played some good competition here. We just had SFU White on the stream, but they were able to get a victory on that as well. So I'm excited for this. I mean, we don't have the vetoes yet, but I am going to be curious to see. I can't imagine we're going to see Breeze. I feel like that's a map they do not even want to entertain right now. So that is a really big thing to note here too.
Yeah, Breeze not everyone's cup of tea. Breeze is one of those maps where you love it or you hate it. It's like Vegemite. If anyone knows the sort of the EU or the Australian methodology behind that, is Vegemite's not for everyone. And I think Breeze, one of those maps, not really everyone's cup of tea. Looking like we're edging towards Split though. Split, it's been around since the existence of Valorant. If that is the map we proceed to, it's one of those maps super hard to attack on. I think you've got to take the mid control. It seems like a really black and white picture for something that should be colorful, but straight up Split, it's all about contesting mid at least. If it's breaking that sage wall, if it's contesting vents, and just finding out where the positioning is so you can play off it appropriately. Last couple 2 games ago in that best of 3, we did see Sean just play an absolutely destructive Cypher, had that having control over on A site, if I'm not mistaken. What do you do? And if we see any more sensible action like that today, it is going to be very difficult for teams to get onto site. I think Cypher probably the better choice when it comes to a map like Split.
Yeah, and like I think you made a really good point on the first match that we had here on Split, is the fact that Cypher with the utility is able to kind of leave the site and can kind of vacate it if they need to. So on that defensive side, I kind of expect to see that, and it is confirmed. Yes, Split is going to be the first map. I was just waiting to see if production had that, and they said yes. So that is going to be interesting, because again, what we saw from the other side here for CC Gold is the fact that someone like Silly Shadow is actually sitting in the number 1 rank for the entire tournament with the highest KDA with a 2.4. And Silly Shadow was really impressive yesterday. Like they played the Brimstone. The Brimstone was just unreal. Like it didn't make any sense. And then also kind of they do have Rajante as like somebody that's competed in Red Bull Campus Clutches. They've been around for the collegiate scene. They're a very good player, and they're going to be coaching this team. So that was a really big thing that we took note of yesterday, and we got to talk about that if anybody wasn't here. But I mean, this is the thing too, is like Nan was somebody that I was more than impressed with because they're sitting overall top 3 with their kills, but they also are just getting multi kills. Like that was the biggest thing, is like they really did create a lot of space yesterday.
They did, from Nan's frags to the Rajante's timeout. We talked of that infamous tactical timeout, and we're going to recap on it now. Timeout came from 6-1 down to a comeback yesterday with Rajante's coaching, and it goes to show the impact of the words of wisdom of a minute of someone saying to you, take a step back, let's look at the radar, let's look at the minimap, let's figure out what needs to be done. Where are the holes in their defense? Where are the holes in our attack? How can we make this better? Some more lore to add to Rajante too. A Cypher Red Bull Campus Clutch has also competed to go towards VCT. I've actually was coaching Rajante, this was a couple of years ago now. I just did a short stint of time as a standing coach. Great player to work with, so easy to work with, and just so open-minded in their strategic plays of how to come back into a game, and you are not out until it is 13 points to 11, as it may be in the scores of Valorant. So yeah, I love seeing Rajante in a final coaching, because it's going to offer so much bang for your buck, so much value to that team's roster.
No, it really is. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like, I think the other piece is that, I mean, both these teams have been able to play similar competition in this tournament too. So that's why it's really interesting to see them in a position where they also had a pretty good undefeated streak for a long period of time. But CCG for me were a really big eye opener, just in terms of the talent, just in terms of what they were able to bring, and the fact that you're already having a multitude of your players kind of sitting in those like top 5 ranks in terms of like, you know, assists or frags or KDA or what have you. It kind of just lays the land a little bit here, where like that's a pretty big deal. So this is a good looking championship potential team here, but that doesn't take anything away here for the Badgers, because I think they kind of, you know, surprised us a lot yesterday, and they were able to bring in some pretty good team effort, and they were able to find themselves some pretty big victories. Like we said, I think taking down SFU White was a really good note, but I'm going to be surprised what we will find for the split. I'm hoping we see a little bit more creativity on the agent composition, just because I feel like they've been pretty standard, which is fine. I think that totally makes sense, but we'll have to see what the pick's going to be. I think Pulley actually did go for the pick of Omen a lot yesterday, so that's already looking like that's kind of the foundation being built.
Spiral, thinking about the Cypher pick. That'd be an awesome pick for this map, especially. We're just talking of the Cypher impact, the Cypher diff. 18-5, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it 22-5? It was a high KDA, regardless. We saw from Sean. The Cypher Prey highlighting it, and remember, Prey had some good Cypher plays yesterday also. GP, loving the Sky, locking that in right away.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, GP actually did really well yesterday with Sky from what we saw in the best of ones, so that I'm happy with this pick. And I mean, they are going to be starting on the defense, right? So that's where we talked a lot about. It's really important, because I think on a map like Split, like you need the perfect agent composition to start things off. We saw it earlier on here today, where TMU, just like you said, the Cypher was the critical point for them that like really gained that easy success of, I think it was like 13-3, 13-5. It was just a quick game, but they did really well. I think they had 8 consecutive rounds before they even had a blip. So that'll be important to see. We have the Rays being locked in from Nan. That was very much a big thing yesterday from the attacking side, but now the question is going to be, what do they want to do here for the defense? And it actually does look like Miko is going to go for the Omen this time. Pole might actually go for the Viper, and I actually really hope the Viper is locked in, and it is.
There you go.
I love this already.
Yeah, we spoke a bit about this in day 2, didn't we? With the impact of a double controller setup, it takes that pressing pressure off of one of those controllers to have the whole map to be their domain, versus now you can have a Viper set up with having a wall across B main, for example, and having an orb at mid. Then don't worry, Miko's got the other coverage with the Omen smokes, the dark cover, versus on the other side of the fence, it's going to be a lot more pressure on the shoulders, a lot more weight to carry for Silly Shadow. One single-handed controller responsible for the whole map. Omen, though, good selection, has that ability to just send that smoke, that dark cover from one side of the map to the other, no problem at all. Unlike maybe your Brimstone, where you don't really see Brimstones as often as you used to. Going into the iPad, it's just not as dynamic as it should be.
There.
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference for sure. I mean, I was kind of wondering if we would see a Brim maybe potentially. I think a map like this probably not really as much useful, but yesterday we got to see a lot of it. Different maps, obviously different situations, but Now we'll find out. Badger's going to be here on the defensive side, like we talked about. And now we'll see CCG are going to be starting things off in the attack. There already is some aggression. Oh, man, Nana starting things off well. Only that one, but the raise on raise does go and benefit here for the attacking side. But, man, they started things off. Trying to get a bit of a feeler. Ooh, good read coming in from GP as well. Just getting the sky flash, getting that information. There's a player lurking here on the outskirts of May. And now the defense, they're actually going to rotate on this. They're going to bank on a lean.
Double duelists out of the server as well, by the way. Raze traded for a raise. Utility-centric, rest of the agents there. GP with a wide swing gets the trade down to the 2-on-2.
Oh, GP's just waiting too. Kip's just on the other side of this door cover. Trailblazer. This is going to be information right here, right there. Yeah. I don't think it landed, though. Oh, it did land.
Oh, the crouch, the crouch. That was crazy. GP did spam that. Had the opportunity to close that one out, but Kip just giving the clip with a classic bullet spray. Traded into Team Ace. Starting things out here. CCG.
I took a servo from your
feeling
arms.
good to start out this best of 3.
Don't be angry.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, this was some big work coming in from the Badgers. I mean, they started things off really well. Like, I mean, considering that the first duel technically went in favor here for the fact of, you know, it was Non that was coming in, going for that big fight, getting it done. But it was a quick trade, so that was really well done for here from the defense. But they reacted pretty good considering in that situation. But unfortunately, it just fell apart a little bit for them. But either way, it's looking good for CCG. I mean, they despite in the deficit, they reacted well to get themselves out of it. I'm just meaning the defense did good to hold it, but it was right down to the last 20 seconds that started to be kind of a problem. But now it's going to look like an A hit here, Kappa.
Some good posture from Prey. Some badges to be their prey as we hear them rotating through Defender. Does get tucked into the cover. Oh, going to choke the shot. Does do a little bit of damage though. Not going to convert the frag, mind you, but damage can be mighty important this early round. Spiral wins. There for the coverage. There for the overwatch. The paint shells come in. She's mine. Starting to press the site. Elbow.
Cover going out.
Location.
Stealing sight.
Chokes the one tap. They know where they are now.
Yeah, they're just fake planning too. They're just really trying to buy
Enemy
it.
remaining.
Flash comes in. Nice
Last
kill.
player
Nice
standing.
trades coming back.
Spike down A.
One-on-one now, leaving it just down to a Sheriff. Silly Shadow. Does have the Bulldog.
30 seconds left.
Does got some time here. Spikes down.
Smoke shrouded step and a Bulldog. That sounds like a recipe for a really tasty treat of a round, and it will be. She's mine. That round is not yours. Closing things out will be Silly Shadow. You were giving some gas to Silly Shadow just before the broadcast, and yeah, I agree. Silly Shadow performed exceptionally well yesterday. That top KDA shining through early on in this game, and it might not look like much with 3 frags, but it's the impact frags, right? It's the quality of the frags. It's not about quantity, and Silly Shadow delivering that.
Yeah, and it comes right down to the 1v1 too. So, I mean, that's a really good round considering here from the Badgers. I mean, the fact that they only put some pistols on there, they didn't put a ton of investment, and they were able to do that much damage. That's already a good start. Now mid control, and Non's just gonna come up again, man, with Judge. Just finds an opener. I love this though. No fear at all.
Oh, the weapon juggle.
Huge.
Hey, take this this Vandal on me. I'm lit, says Nan. I'm not going to take it. All you. No utility, Nan. Just being the sharp edge.
Oh, look at
tip
that
of
rotate.
the blade of the knife. Oh, they are rotating. Look at that. Look at the radar.
Yeah, they made so much noise, and it actually is working. I didn't think this would work like that. I mean, they just seem to be really convinced on this. So they're going to get a free B site now, and these defenders are going to have to do something to get themselves. I mean, they do have a little bit of utility. Cypher's already burned everything. Sky does still have all her abilities and utility ready to go. Viper does have the Poison Cloud too. But Non, again, just getting aggressive. Just being a pest. Just being that itch. Putting in a 4-on-3.
Oh.
Really slow. A lot of trade frags coming
player
in. Kip
standing.
comes in nicely from the back here, and now just leaving it to GP by themselves. Goes for a swing, but Kip is going to do one better.
Gun here.
Just takes him out. Head after head now removed. Whew, okay,
Kip
3-0.
Kip too quick with the one tap. Vandal shots, headshots galore. Kip looking to add some frags, maybe a couple more in this round. 1 triple to the next, usually how it starts, isn't it? You get that, the energy, you get that confidence. Okay, I'm feeling it. The Seeker's available as well for Kip.
Let's go. Keep it up.
Yeah, I love that. Kip's playing so well already, and that was the thing
6-1.
too, is 6-1. Yeah, I mean they were a player that's had, they go for the spike plants a lot on their attacking side. It's a little bit interesting. They kind of playing that support player. Trailblazer now going to get some information. They're trying to clear out the smoke of the dark cover.
Bomb buddy out.
So they're already getting mid pretty much uncontested right now. Nico trying to do something a little bit big. Just gets removed. Not again, though. Finds these openers over and over.
Cage triggered.
That's a spicy piece of naan. Pray. Adding
Last
it to the
player
spice.
standing.
Much spice is nice. One more frag will suffice in the round. There's been and done. 5 players up here, looking like it's going to be a flawless. J-Man slams that spike down. She's mine. A stinger. It's not going to cut it, is it? It's not going to do it. Flawless indeed. 2 ults, the neural theft, the showstopper there for CCG. And there is the tactical time. I was waiting for it. Spyro calls it. Wrangle up the troops. What's going on? What are we doing wrong here? What is missing from our repertoire? And I tell you, it's the mid control. They're pressing mid constantly. They're causing chaos that is not being responded to in kind. We need to see some more aggression. I think some more utility coming from Melbourne, coming from Vents. Not just a jiggle peek and fall off. I'm talking some paint shells and fall off. Some paint shells, trade those paint shells. Trade a player, even if it costs a player, get some ground at mid, because giving away all of that real estate, it's too costly, and it's costing them the game right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we're seeing a scoreline right now of a 4-0 from the attacking side, and this is the opposite, right? I mean, we were talking about this in the previous series where we said, look, the defending side seemed to be the name of the game, and now we're getting kind of a different view of this, right? And this is a strong attacking side. And the fact is, too, is they can't shut down this duelist. I mean, the fact that Non is coming in and just finding these openings, even if it's one, it's still putting them in a great position to set the pace, because when you're down a defender, you have to change your composition. And that
Get back
sounds not that big of a deal, but it is a big deal, because then it can just really mess up your defensive strategy. And this is where they've done really well. And I mean, they have been successful in winning 2 opening duels without getting traded. So that makes it even more of an issue here for the Badgers. So hopefully this timeout was just slowing things down, getting everything a little bit more clear, a little bit more calm, just because I feel like right now we're seeing CCG just kind of taking full advantage of their aggression.
Yeah, they are. And they're thanking the defenders as it be. Thanks for not pushing. Thanks for giving us that space, making this easier for us. Great. Trying to sniff out another rat, sniff out the other Cypher. Looking for Sparrowings, trying to get cooking. Showstopper coming in. No frag. To be seen just yet off that Showstopper though. Not to be seen at all. The frags this time. Ooh, Prey. Good trade. Down to the 2-on-1. Neural Theft giving away a little bit of info. The little fake rotate coming in from Prey. So the good news is Prey has taken out the Cypher. No Cypher on site. No trips to worry about. And might, in fact, give these Heaven Male players a bit of a fright here. The timing could be perfect. Look at it. Look.
Yeah, this is good from Prey. I was actually a little bit worried, because I was going to say Miko looked like they were actually lined up, ready for that. Dark cover going to be used. But Prey might be able to grab this. Yeah, they should.
This, man.
Yeah, and then Neural Theft. Love that. Uses it at the right time. 19 seconds though. Fakes it. Is faking that they committed to the site. This could be big. Needs to find this duel. Finds that one. Now has only 13 seconds. Has to get moving. This is either the frag or the plant. Fakes the plant one more time. GP coming in with the flash. Only 6 seconds. Has to commit to this. Is going to stick to it.
Got to keep crouching.
But does he
Don't
expect him to be that
expose
close? No. Damn, oh damn. GP comes in nicely. Good positioning in that kind of a situation. It allows the plant. They don't really care. I was wondering if they were going to try to re-aggress on that, but really good discipline, just kind of holding it down. They knew they had the angle, and they finally get themselves on the board after a four round streak.
I love what Prey did to make that winnable though, Les. Right? Let's recap on that. Excellent patience, excellent confidence and belief in their gameplay. There was like what, 22 seconds through the roll down, through the cage and recovers the spike, holds for the push, made that round so damn winnable, and it was looking like it was a down and out. So it goes to show it really it's never over. You've just got to try and think what's the best play for the scenario, and Prey doing almost exactly that. One on the scoreboard tip for GP, for Miko. The pole late. Nan shuts down any thought of She's Mine getting involved. J-Man picks up another frag as well.
But that's that double opener like I was talking about, right? I mean, this is the thing that we're seeing from CCG. The fact they just keep winning these fights. They put themselves in a 5-on-3 advantage early on. Spyro finally gets a little bit of a response here. Prey now making their crossing into this B site. Spyro finds another one, finally gets put down. No time. And then there's even Prey again able to do more damage, making that an 8-2, leaving GP by themselves.
Uh-oh, look at the cam. Look at the tag. Prey can hardly do anything wrong in this game.
Watching this spot.
Turning up. Had that right breakfast.
Kind of lights though. It's available. This could open it. Too early. Needs another one. Trying to go for the pop flash. Yeah, just not a good situation. I almost would have went with the save in my opinion. Your position was given away. You're in a choke point. Your econ sucks. Like, I mean, I just don't think that was worth it. Good attempt, I guess. I mean, the pop flashes, see if they can get, you know, a cheeky kill or two maybe, but I don't think that was worth it. A couple questionable decisions in my opinion from Badger so far.
Bit of overexertion, really, right? They've been sort of pressing the issue a bit too much, but perhaps a bit of frustration starting to kick in at this point, right? Like, it's that Cypher again. We've said it all series long for day 2, for day 1 and day 3. Every day over here at the Valorant social, Cyphers have been causing so many problems. Double satchel coming in from Nan. They know it's Nan. Rico try and do everything they can to stop that. The paranoia stops the initial info off the push. Able to back out though. Will be Silly Shadow. Or excuse me, will be Miko.
Yeah, they only got pistols too, so the flashes come in. Nice guiding light getting used here from GP once more. Not bad. I mean, taking away 2 rifles is, and honestly, in that kind of a round, I feel like that's something you'll take any day of the week. I mean, again, you want to burn the economy as much as possible here for the attacking side. Rajante now just said, you know what? Let's just cool it down. Let's just have a conversation. Take a hot minute. And actually, I like this. And again, like we talked about on the desk, is that, you know, Rajante is somebody that is really well experienced, is someone that's been through some good collegiate action, has been in the Canadian scene for a long time. So it's a good conversation just to see, even though they're at a 6-1, you have to still put in consideration that you have the Viper Spit available on the defending side. You have the Showstopper available, and you do have a Neuro Theft. So I mean, those are things you have to consider. So he's probably just relaying like, look, they're probably going to use the Viper Spit middle. They're going to try to isolate that map control. Now the question is, do you want to take it aggressive or do you want to take it slow?
And revising protocols, right? Like things you've practiced each week. These teams are multiple days practicing and just getting versed with what those protocols look like. How do we react to a Viper's Pit? Does that mean we're going to fall off and split somewhere else, maybe go to A? Does it mean that we are going to wait the Viper's Pit out and fake a rotation? A lot of questions. Only the answers are going to be something inside their team comms. Never getting complacent, I think, is very important, right? No matter what the scoreline is, still be playing like it's that last round and it's a must-win round.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is, again, I kind of hope that we see from Pole, like the pack again, like burning the Viper Spit. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I was going to say this is perfect because not only does this just cover mid, like the chances that we see the attackers go for this fight, pretty unlikely. So now we see they're actually leaning on this A site. They're going to put a little bit more pressure. This is GP now, the player that's anchoring this on their own. And they're going to get overwhelmed. That fault line is going to make the connection. Look at how fast they've already made aggression. Miko not going to expect this at all. Might get caught off guard here. Players are running in. Miko doing a good job to stop something, though. But this is not enough. Neural Theft going to be used here on the attacking side. Give away the positioning of these 2 players. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a save couple, but this might be the round they have to. It's a 2-on-4 unless they find a kill, but they don't. Silly Shadow is being really silly, taking down the Viper, and leaving down the spiral by themselves. There's just no way unless that happens.
Stage trigger.
Okay.
Where is everyone hiding?
Now things are getting a little more interesting.
Spiral winds causing flurry of fury from screens.
What is happening?
That's the thing. This can't be happening. This isn't happening. If it is, this is a game we've got in our hands. Spiral wind trying to make something from nothing. Nan to close things out. Who else? The carry.
Holy moly. Guacamole. Okay, look, I said that Spiral Wind is somebody that puts up some pretty insane numbers. Like I said, number 3 overall frags, sitting with 55 in the entire tournament. But I was thinking in that kind of a situation, like, there's nothing. There's no way. But I mean, the fact that the 2 players line up, he gets the double, uses the Neuro Theft. And I don't know what the Omen was doing. I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was Silly Shadow went for the swing. And that just seemed a bit careless, right? And that's the things you have to be really careful about. You can't be complacent in the scoreline. We're talking a 7-1. We know what that scoreline means. So, could backfire.
Man. Like, anything happens in the world of Valorant, those abilities grant you so much freedom to make something from nothing, and what we've seen a lot of people doing today. Prey has just been a demon. Absolute demon in the server today, man.
12-3.
Like, and all of those frags have been most certainly individually crafted, handcrafted from a Cypher.
Yeah.
Playing it like a duelist, like an initiator, combined.
Yeah, attack
hybrid
inside
role.
Cypher. Yeah.
Right? What is this? This is filth. Absolute pure filth. Cover your eyes.
Uh-oh. They go through ropes too. So GP actually made the rotate. So they have all this noise queue. They hear it all. So they have a free sight. Oh, man. Miko does get that little bit of a trade on Denon, but that's just a little prize.
That's the debate.
Yeah.
That's the debate on the other side.
Spike planted.
Surprise!
Oh, no. What do you do in this situation? I mean, you have the 2 players. You have a Sheriff in the one hand of GP. You have the rifle here picked up the Vandal from Miko. I mean, this is not what you want. Guiding Light comes through, doesn't blind them, still committed to it.
No,
Yeah, this is it. Nah, no dice. Snake eyes.
Absolute snake eyes. Miko trying to connect the dots here in the grand final with the Valorant Social. But no one's going to be feeding the monster Miko. No players coming their way. Just hanging out by the shop, window shopping, but that's all they're going to be able to do for this round. Window shop for a couple of frags. No frags to be confirmed for them now. Save the rifle, though. So, from a glass half full perspective, you saved a rifle. You've enabled a buy to happen. Didn't need to save it. Yes, you did, actually. You definitely did. Because your Econ's bruised, battered. It's not looking good. It's black and blue. Money galore for the rest of the game over on the side of CCG2.
Man, oh man.
Oh, excuse me, not on the side of CCG. Forgive
That's
me.
okay. I was gonna say, you're really gonna do this to me now? You're gonna make
No,
me second guess myself here? I was like, hang on.
No second guessing.
Showstopper.
Fact check.
Showstopper. It hits
1
Miko down to
HP.
1 HP. Are you kidding? 99 damage? And Miko could be a problem. No, Silly Shadow takes him out. Gets the job done. Silly Shadow just becoming an entry. They are everywhere.
One enemy remaining.
They are the answer, and look at that. Within seconds, they take down 4 players. Pole's by themselves, probably going, okay, what's going on, gang? What happened? What'd I miss? Something happened, and I'm saving again.
Dear, dear, dear.
Love that execute, though. Simple. That showstopper, honestly, that's robbery. Like, I mean, but it is big. Like, I mean, Lisa did damage. Like you said, I think that was yesterday or even earlier today you talked about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Right.
I thought the knife was coming out again. I was like, please, another one. Give me another knife.
Go on.
But either way, like, I mean, the showstopper, like you said, there's, you know, back in the old times of Valorant, it used to be just like
Old rays.
the radius was just stupid. But now it's
It was
better.
like an orbital strike, man.
It really was.
It was
Just-
ridiculous.
It was like a nuke in like COD. You're like, okay, I'm done. Like, there's nothing I'm going to do.
Can't avoid this. I'll just throw my gun in the ground. So that's the kind of moment you'd have with that pre-race, the early days race. If you didn't get to experience that, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry, because Rays now that showstopper is just a shadow of what it used to be. Saying that, though, the damage was done. Damage inflicted. Lee enabled the entry to still happen. And not in an OP fashion, in a balanced fashion. The paint shells being thrown down. Pole 8 throwing down those snake bites as well.
Satchel out.
Oh, and actually, what's really interesting here too is the fact that Sparrowin actually spotted Ample like deep A main, and it says it's clear, but then you can just see the CCG just comes in, and they just go through mid. They do a wraparound. They made it look like they were just going to commit to B, so the rotates were coming through, and then they just kind of backtrack them and they take them out.
One enemy remaining.
Oh boy!
Team A.
Wow. Backtracked, backstabbed at mid. Oh, they're pushing garage. Oh, wait. We're all getting fragged from mid. 10-1's the score. This first half has been a wash. It really has. You've got to say it as it is.
It's a one-sided affair right now. I mean, I honestly thought the Badgers were, from what we saw yesterday, they were going to bring a lot more for the defense, but I'm not going to take anything away right now from CCG. Like, I think, you know, we talked about Rajante being on this, talking about the coach, just talking about what this team could do. And it's showing us right now, right? I mean, this is a team that looks just scary on the attacking side. So much needed around here to finish things off, Cuppa. And unfortunately for the race here on the defensive side, it's been a very quiet showing. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find anything. But holding a top position here in the corner. Gets taken out. Non again, man. Non. Delicious.
Constantly on one. Yeah, oh, it is delicious. Good Non. Just complements the meal, and it's complementing the team right now with the plays that we're seeing. The swing comes off of the flash, the aftershock blocking the rotations from vents. They've got it all thought out here, CGG.
Yeah, and there's no saving. This is full commit. Nope. Seeker's going to get used. Look at these three players. They're just sitting in main. They're just grouped up on this.
I know
it's a tower. It's a CCG tower right now. And they're just doing everything to make this problematic. GP just getting caught with every piece of utility. Neuro theft, fault line, nothing. Non now finding another one. Has to go through a crossfire. Can't win it. And it's going to be an 11-1 here for CCG. Massive attacking side with a blip. A blip. They won 4 in a row, lost the 5th round, and then there was just full speed ahead, man. It was just a one-way ticket here. And I mean, this thing could be over. And I know you're an analyst. You say, I'm leaning on second map here. I think this might be a quick one.
This looking like a 2 and done if this kind of pace, this aggression continues from CCG. Another stat for CCG. We talked at the Red Bull Campus Clutch from Rajante, but CCG finished 4th place in the Red Bull Campus Clutch. And I think you can see why. You can see why it's 11-1 at the half. They've not let the Badgers have a say. They really have not let them have a say at all this game.
No, they haven't, yeah.
Get out my server. Get off my lawn.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see what's going to happen here for Badgers. It's a big aggression coming in now. They're just gonna try what they can through A. They're just gonna commit to this. They ain't even gonna give up on this. Oh, they got ram control. Okay. Non,
Non,
Spike
please.
down A.
Oh.
Give him a chance.
Oh, masterclass. Again, I say confidence. That's been like the theme this weekend, but that's the thing that's so annoying. When you play against a player that is just feeling it, what do you do? What do you do?
Player standing.
The definition of confidence is Nan and Kip, the whole team, CCG. They don't have any blood in their system. It's just pure confidence. Confidence is key. 12-1. It spells victory, man. If it was Hangman, it would be Victor. We're just missing the white. This last map, or last round, I should say, could be the white and take them through to map number 2. What a convincing statement piece this map has been. Do not cross our path, said CCG.
Yeah, massive statement being made here. Pushing in, get A main control. They pull back. Now they know. Mid is going to be obtained here for the time being. They're in the mail room.
I like this.
I do too. But they got to get going. Because right now the defenders have cleared up garage. Look what they're doing. Look, it's a sandwich. It's a CCG sandwich right now.
Oh, the villain. It's going to be a Badger sandwich, isn't it? 4 versus 2. looking all but through, to be honest. Spiral wins.
player
That top
standing.
KDA player trying to rack up a couple more frags. Prey makes the
Defenders
whole
win.
server there. Prey. A 3K to finish things out with the Outlaw. The sheriff in town is going to be the Cypher. And I'm quite certain another Cypher at the top of the scoreboard for Split.
Yeah, at East Shoulder Soldiers. I mean, this is a 13-1. I mean, I don't even know
Almost.
what we can talk about this. I mean,
8
the obvious
first
thing.
bloods from none. Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
Oh.
coming in. I think that might be some of the highest we've seen. I think 6 was one of the highest we saw so far, but
Holy.
man, that's massive. Because even Non, again, just finding these openings. In the very beginning, it was getting traded out right away, and I was saying like that was a good response coming in from the Badgers. That at least they could get the trade, but it's an advantage for the attackers. But this is the thing: if Non wasn't doing all the work, then it was Prey coming right behind, and as well as Kip. I mean, Prey was able to put themselves at an 18-3, and then you have Kip, somebody sitting at 13-4. But their utility alone would gain so much space for them too.
Yeah.
So this was just a massacre. I mean, this was a great thing to see from CCG. Like I don't think we had a dominant game like that. I think the closest was a 13-3, but now we have a 13-1 where
Yeah, we've seen it.
they just need one more map and they're done. And this first place prize is going to be theirs.
It was like a tower defense game for CCG. They were in the tower. There were hordes of zombies, which were the players coming at them for the badges, and they were just clicking heads over and over and over again. One player able to reach double figures. That's going to be Spiral Wind, and to be expected to be a good fragger in the sense of what we've seen from historical matters and the statistics of previously played games. But yeah, a breather needed for the badges after that. This is the Valorant Social here. It's all brought to you by Memory Express. And thank you to our sponsor, of course, it's Make a Wish Canada. ! Make a Wish in the chat. If you want to get up to that donation hub, that donation portal, and get in there. Give back to a great cause here today for this weekend. Money is on the line as well. A lot of money, might I add, for these college players, for these collegiate teams, and we'll be right back with plenty more Valorant action for the second map and potentially the final map of this best of 3 here for the Valorant Social. See you soon. And welcome back to the Valorant Social. This is potentially the last game of the grand final, or is it? We'll find out in just a few moments. It is CCG, CC Gold, taking on Brock U. Brock U took a hard hit in that first game, and the biggest deficit we have seen in the Valorant Social this weekend, 13-1 against CCG. They were looking a 10 out of 10, like a 9.9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, what you want to say. They were looking almost flawless on that split map, Lies, if you missed it.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, I think that that's the best statement, right? I mean, it's just like they came in, they got the job done. It was a quick thing. It was a sweep, right? I mean, it was a 13-1, huge score line. I mean, that was something that we didn't get to see for a super long time. Like, I don't know if we actually did get one, so that was the biggest thing for me. But I mean, just domination across the board here, right? Yeah. And I mean, this is the thing too, is if we're even going to get a taste of that or even half of that from CCG, like I'm more than worried here for Badgers, because I mean, Non was huge. Prey was just coming in, just decimating. I mean, everything looked good. Everything looked coordinated. Everything looked, methodical. Everything was just done clean. So now we're going to go to Bind. And I mean, Bind is a map where I don't know if it's a fan favorite. I know, Kale doesn't love it as much, but she did express that to us too. But I'm on the same boat. Like, I don't necessarily love it, but I think it also is a classic. It's like, how do you not like it to some degree? But the Asian composition is going to be huge, right?
That's exactly what the conversation stemmed from of yesterday for us. Bind is one of those most commonly played maps in the current circuit, from the OG, from the legacy maps, and agent selection, baby. Here we go. $800 for the first place, $600 for the second place team. What is it going to be here as we get into that crucial moment? Who is going to be dictating their Valorant protocol agent path? You've got Vipers being highlighted and being locked in. You've got Brimstones being locked in. The Viper Brim controller statement. I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I do too. And I think we're kind of still seeing the same kind of composition, mainly, I think, right now from the Badgers. I mean, they're just on the right-hand side. They're going to be starting in the attack, but GP is still playing Sky. Poli's still kind of, playing the Viper again. Didn't really get to see the Viper as much on the first map as I wanted to see, but it kind of still a very similar setup. I think Spiralwind might be changing the idea of this. They might be playing Cypher on this one, which not a bad idea. I think this is a pretty good, potential in this one, but it's looking like it could be actually just a mirror matchup here. It's almost looking like it's destined to be
a true and tested composition for the second map of this grand final for the Valorant Social, brought to you by Memory Express. ! Make a wish. If you want to jump in the chat there and make yourself a donation to Make a Wish Canada, thank you very much for sponsoring us here and making this first of the year actually possible for all these college students. And CCG, 4th place in the Red Bull Campus Clutch. They showed us exactly why they are a team that made it so far in that tournament. If you don't know about that tournament, check it out. The Campus Clutch is, I think, sort of the collegiate peak before you be going towards that sort of tier 1 pro scene on the climb to. And it's been devastating to see what they were able to do there, bringing that same kind of mindset, those same kind of frags to the tournament today. It's leaving a fear imprint on the opponents right now, and that's the Badgers. They've got a lot to do in map number 2. All to do, in fact.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? I mean, this is where, CCG are going to be starting on this defensive side, and this is going to be, again, where they showed us they're pretty good on it. I mean, they got to show us they're really good on attack, but now we get to see them be potentially really good on a map like Bind on their defense. So, and it is a mirror matchup, right? I mean, we talked a little bit about that before, where we said, look, like the agent composition is a mirror. So there's no anti-stratting in terms of the utility or a KO to shut something down or something like that. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of the same utility being burned here. Nothing really that would be out of the pocket. but not expecting them to go really aggressive. Yeah, already doing that. Already going on a walk. Oh man, Polly might be dead. Yeah,
see
Polly's
ya.
gone.
I'm
Good
gonna
night,
take
sweet dreams.
that skull. Mwah, kiss of death from Nan.
Toxin screen down.
Nan doing Nan things. Push you right up, short. Takes what is theirs. But do not despair. So, to spiral on the other side there. 4 and 4. Nan on the rotation already, trying to go for a little bit of a jiggle. Jiggle peeking over it long. Trying to see if they can keep singing that victory song. Oh, I think straight off the rip.
Oh, that sucks. Spyro in now, already at half HP. The Sky's not even near them right now. Starting to hustle to get there. The regrowth could be a potential here, but look at Non, still putting pressure on this. He got the information.
Oh!
Yeah, that's huge. Takes him down. Now GP might actually get overwhelmed here. 2 players are going to be just swinging on this. Non for a triple. Paint shells. Paints us a nice picture right now.
It's looking like Picasso.
Man. Yeah, yeah, really it is. Oh, and look at this. Now the attackers realizing, okay, we got 30 seconds. We got to get moving. We got something to do. Viper Wall's now going to block things off. They should be able to get this spike down, but TP's coming in too, so they are not hesitating on this.
They're going for a double TP. They are. They're going for around the world. See ya. We do not have any interest in taking on Nan on the flank. Thank you very much. Nan playing it safe, going through defender. As for all the defenders, the stack for the defender retake is strong. 3 on 2. Oh, nice little play from She's Mine here. I've got no qualms with this at all. This could be huge.
Could be. Now it's down to the 1v1, so Miko actually does get that trade, so this is good. So now Jamin coming in, trying to do something, but they do it. They pull up an upset a little bit somehow, in some way. They get it done, but okay.
I'm not happy with that rotate, man. Yeah. Nan and the likes of CCG, they seem to... I understand going for the high number rotation for all through defender, but there was no pinch. There was no pincer movement, and because of that, all of the angles, they're all being looked at from the same angle, right? So it just didn't compute, it didn't work, and well, playing by numbers isn't always the play, and I think that's an example of it. You got to be careful on those stack pushes.
No, definitely. And I mean, the thing was too, is I was actually really happy Non actually went for the, sorry, I was just reading the chat. I thought they were going to call a timeout, but
so did I actually, yeah.
Miko does get the first opener, but the thing that Non was actually able to find that first orb as well too, so took it on the rotate. So that was a nice little detail, kind of putting already at a 6 out of 8. And now the attackers on the side for Badgers, they're going to be able to get this spike down. They're going to get themselves in the site. They lead it with the first opener. And it's just a couple pistols. I mean, a couple sheriffs invested. Everybody else is kind of saved, essentially. So, not expecting a lot here. They're just trying to damage the economy as much as they can. They just want to burn the bank.
Burn some dollars. Burn some creds. No dollars in this Valorant world. It's all credits. My apologies.
Last player standing.
Credits, economy, money. It's all the same, right?
My apologies.
Tomato, tomato.
Tomato, that's right.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Night.
I was thinking, pray, this might be a quick one. This might be a quick sleep here. Sorry, buddy.
Rip the band-aid off. The pulse timer coming into action. Yeah. Seeing the demands. We need that timeout. Not too sure. Technical turret, perhaps?
Yeah, it's just a tech issue. It looks like GP, I think, actually disconnected. So just kind of probably going for a quick restart. Something going on. A little bit of small technical issue, but...
all good.
It's on the winning side, too. Gun around coming in here for the defenders, which will be interesting. What do they want to go for in this kind of a strategy? I mean, this is where they have been aggressive. Non was leading things. Do we see that again? Do they try to fight for something a little bit different? They're not giving anything away right now. They are just kind of dancing around, waiting things out.
Non got that sexy 3K to start the pistol round, but it just kind of diminished, didn't it? The rotation through shower, nothing wrong with that at all. It just seemed a bit of a unthought out retake when let's just all go defender. That just isn't the play. So off of that, hoping there's going to be some more methodical retakes and Nan doing Nan things, which is the solo plays. Nan is so good at capitalizing off of those 1 versus 1s and those 1 versus X situations. Playing the numbers game, not to bang on about it too much, but that's all we've got to work off of right now. The buyer is going to be coming our way very shortly, and I think that's when we'll start to see what Nan will be bringing to the table on the full buy and for map number 2, because consistency is key. Nan has been very consistent, I think, from the Red Bull Campus Clutch all the way to here where we are right now at the Valorant Social. But my question is that consistency going to be continuing from one map to the next in this best of 3? Man Exton, as an example, had a great day number 2, had a great map number 1 of that 3rd, 4th place matchup we just saw, but was not able to tee off in map number 2 and 3. Nan, what are you made of?
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think, Nan, it's kind of the big question, but I think it's also going to be, can we still see the same result from other people like Prey? Can we see something like that from Kip? Can we still see those players kind of doing something? I'm actually, to be honest, I'm kind of waiting to see what Silly Shadow is going to be able to do, because yesterday they were the Brimstone. Yesterday they were doing really well with the Brimstone.
They were.
So I'm kind of thinking, given some more time here in the rounds, I'm kind of hoping we'll see that ignition happen a little bit now. I mean, this is the gun round. Like I said, this 2-0 lead is nice. It's a bit of a bonus, if you want to call it, like a little bit of an asterisk on this for the attacking side, but I mean,
semi-bonus, isn't it?
Semi-bonus. I mean, I would like to see, I was thinking Nan was going to contest down long B and get that orb right away. I would have liked to see that, because like I said, you're sitting at 6 to 8. You can have yourself, you win a duel, you get Showstopper. You're going to have the first ultimate of the game, and that could be a really good way to find themselves something of an opening here too.
Yeah, that's a great way to pry open the jaws and get involved and get a piece of the action. Well, we've got this technical timeout. Let's do a recap before we get things done for this last best of 3, the grand final with the Valorant Social. This is the first Valorant Social of the year. Got a different format this year, and more money is in the mix as well, which is more important for these teams. $800 is going to be going towards the first place of these 2 teams. One in the bag already for CCG, taking split for map number 1, and we're over here in bide of map number 2. If this is the case, we're going to that 3rd map, and $600 for 2nd place. So, I'll do some quick math for you. That's $1,400 right now between these 2 teams. They're juggling and playing sort of hot potato. Who is going to keep that money and be putting it in their pocket as well? Just as a sort of underlying and some lore for these 2 teams as well. Rajante, experienced from the Rebel Campus Clutch, has gone on that VCT quals journey multiple times as well, is the brains behind the game right now when it comes to CCG, and that is not something to sleep on. We've seen a couple of coaches so far this tournament over the couple of days who've been commentating, but Rajante, I think, has to be the highest impacting coach that we've seen, and that's off of the fruition of rounds post timeout. We've seen it happen multiple times as well, might I add.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's the thing too, is like, for anybody that's not familiar about this too, we did talk a lot about it before, but it's probably a good time to talk about it again. This is a Canadian tournament, right? Like the players are all Canadian. There's a bunch of Canadian schools here that are playing against each other. So it's been pretty cool. We've had a lot of teams that were in this event. And like you said, I mean, it was a $2,000 prize pool, which now it's the $800 for first, $600 for second. But I mean, that's the cool thing, is that we're hoping there'll be more opportunities with this. I mean, we definitely, of course, give a big shout out to, all our sponsors and support that we've had in this event. So definitely couldn't do it without you. But, the other thing as well is, I mean, we get to see potentially the first, I think, 2-0 that could be on the docket here for a best of 3, which would be something really interesting from a team like CCG. They definitely have the experience. They definitely have the firepower. So I think there's a lot of, the cards are stacked on their favor on paper. Now I think it's going to be the question if Badgers can do something to, kibosh that plan a little bit.
Dismantle, dislodge that aggression.
Yeah, and I think the other piece is as well, I just wanted to mention as well, like I think you were just briefly talking about it, is the first event of the year for this, and you can use the command in the chat, which can be like, the exclamation mark Make-A-Wish with the donations,
please,
which goes directly to them. And of course you can do that for explanation VOD, so you can also see from the day 2 of yesterday, because we have these matches all streamed, which were the best of ones. And then, of course, anything in the future, you can use exclamation mark on the events. So you can also kind of get a little bit of a glimpse of what's happening in the future here, and what also could be down the calendar as we get started. I mean, it's not the beginning of 2024 anymore, but we're still in the early quarter, right? We're still in the early part of it. So it's pretty cool. It's good to see that we get a good start on this. And I mean, honestly, what we've seen so far is some really good teams doing coming into this for participation, but also like giving us a really good show. I've been really impressed. It's been a long time since I've been able to see a lot of collegiate teams and Canadian teams to even be at that too. So it's very promising to know we have a very good, strong scene here. So yeah, definitely appreciate all being here.
100% it is, Laz, and full transparency, we've cast tier 2, tier 1 teams that have had put on a worse performance than what we've seen over the past couple of days. Like, there have been some really, really good aspiring players put their best foot forwards here and bringing their best frags to the stream, and genuinely appreciate that. You have sometimes where we get to games like, what's this? This can't be a team that have played together, but there's been no notion of that. There's been so much competitive Valorant. It's been a treat to commentate all this weekend. So for the players watching through your VODs, appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully back to the game very, very shortly as well. Well, we've got some time, just sort of killing it before we get back to the action there. With Icebox, have you had an opportunity to play Icebox since it's been added back to the mix, lads?
Nah, son. No, I haven't tried it yet.
They've changed some stuff over on B-site. A-site is much the same, but B-site, there's a lot of different angles to contest. So I am super curious how that's going to impact like Icebox's playability, being brought into the circulation again. Man, I miss Haven. I want Haven back. I'm upset. Anyways, in the meantime, while we've got the Valorant banter arc, let's talk about this. The Big Apple and Snacks is hungry. Who's that? Go on.
What did you say?
Okay, one more time. The Big Apple and Snacks is hungry.
Oh, that's Sadakist.
Yeah, it's Sadakist.
You gotta make this challenging. You gotta do like that one.
No. It's getting warm. Okay,
we're getting warm. Okay.
The tough ones are coming.
I was gonna say, at least we don't have to worry about that anymore because we are finally gonna go back in. That technical issue has been resolved. We appreciate the patience. We know things can happen, but it's been a pretty smooth show in a couple days that have happened. So I mean, you know what? I'll take it. And now
that's the first big tech we've had, I think, actually over 3 days. So you can't go wrong with that.
Definitely can't. It's a nice note.
Trailblazer kicking things off as the Valorant social. We're socializing again. Back in business. Miko trying to make those smokes count. Not actually going to burn any. Sees that the opponent Brimstone burnt their smoke. Gonna save theirs for the re-exit. I like this. Slow. Page by page, play by play, as starting to get out of first gear, into second gear, into third. The stim puts them into fourth. They're zooming into sight.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I mean, you can see that both the Viper and the Sky here from the defensive are just kind of pushed back on the outskirts of Hall. So now the defense all going together. They like you talked about, they're not going to TP. They're not going to try to do anything to mix it up. They're actually just going to commit this in the same positioning. So this is not going to be an easy situation here for the defense to get themselves back in the sight. Trailblazer going to be used. Information grab that. There's some aggression coming in from GP, going for a swing, but it's actually the defenders that are winning these fights. Miko now in hookah, having a quick. Going for a spam. Now it's halfway through. They're still committing to this. They need to get the shot. They're missing the lineup, and that's just not going to be enough. And now the defense get themselves back into this, and there we go.
Silly Shadow. You said about Silly Shadow on the brim. Seeking the win commonly, and that's exactly what we saw right there. Silly Shadow picking up a couple of frags. Wallbang to clean things up. And unlucky for Miko, really. Burnt that molly on entry. Smoked off the back hole CT. Dropped the molly to make sure no one pushed through it, but as a consequence, nothing for the post plant there. So, gotta be careful with that utility. Save it to that last moment. It can benefit you greatly to take you out of harm's way. To put your opponents right in to the belly of the beast, into the harm's way indeed. Cypher Cam being sought out by Miko.
Actually, interestingly enough, the Badgers are trying their best right now to just go up towards Cat, clearing up a cubby, but no one's actually going to be able to find that opening duel. So now taking down Spiralwind, that's a big impact. I mean, because again, Spiralwind's somebody that does put up some heavy numbers for this team. Looking for a little bit more. His teammates just going to still tuck away. Brimstone, which is Silly Shadow, not going to give up the spot here. So they know that Non's your worst case, but oh goodness, a quick shot. Paint Shell's landing it. Maybe another kill. Yep, why not? Making it a triple. It's a cleanup, and they get themselves back into this game, making it 2-2.
Tell you what, Nan is like that bot when you're playing like an offline mode of a game that's on expert mode and they just hit you. Like, how did they hit that? How did they hit that? That's what it's like playing against Nan, I can imagine, for anyone that's come in Nan's way throughout the past couple of days. A little bit of a misshaped buy last round as well for CCG. They made it work though. Courtesy of Nan's triple baby. Picks up the paint shells for the third. Absolute turret, Nan.
Interesting line coming in from Jamin. Actually just trying to see what's going on with this. It's gonna just split right down. Oh, we'll see. We'll wait and see. Actually, looks like they're gonna line up for the snake bite. And again, the attacking side from the Badgers, they're just again grouping up on Cat. They're just they have their sights on the safe side. I think they know it's because the Cypher is all the way at B.
Such a good cam too, Laz. Praise cam. You gotta respect that. You gotta respect the good Cypher lineup. Hidden behind what I believe are the solar panels. Able to pick up a frag off that as well. The neural theft to follow suit. Gets the other Cypher. Katsu with his pants down. Coming through for the knife. Not on my rock, Sparrowwind. I don't need me teammates, says Prey. A bit of a spray to finish things out. But that's a hooray moment. Triple for Prey.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, that's massive. That's huge. Love that. Again, Prey was somebody that, you know, finished the first map, which they won 13-1 and sitting at an 18-3, and we love that utility work, right? And that's it feels like a broken record, but the importance of what your Cypher can do, just you can lock down a site, you can put 4 players on the opposite. It makes a world of a difference right now. Double triple are going to be on catwalk too. Like, look at this. This is just making it like, look, you can't get across this without, you know, tripping the wire, which is so annoying to go against.
Absolute masterpiece. It's a tilter playing against a Cypher. KJ's one thing, right? But we saw some good double nano swarms coming in for the wine cellar lockdown over on Ascent. Spyrowind trying to get Cypher plays in themselves here. Shuts down the hat. The neural theft comes in. She's mine. Trying to get involved with the showstopper. Ooh, those satchels not really hit where they need to go. The showstopper sent out damage, but no frag.
Oh, and actually, this is a great Trailblazer coming in from Kip too. Like, again, just finding out the Cypher's close, and who other than Non to get just put a bit of a punish onto that one. Showstopper. It's a short clip. It's a TikTok, and now nades are coming in through Hookah, making it still the advantage here for the Badgers on the right-hand side. Kip's low, so this is the thing. They don't have a lot of HP to work with. No more guiding light either. Utility is lackluster. Silly Shadow going to get pushed back with the Brim Molly. Time is ticking away, though. They have to get moving.
Elbow gave him a little bit of control of the side, but you're right. Time is gone. What time?
Last player standing.
And now Silly Shadow has to be able to get the ace clutch. Not going to happen. A good response coming back from the Badgers. All things considered, love that.
Yeah, dude, I'm on the same page. We're reading off the same playbook, and that is the comeback playbook. Miko stepping up to the challenge, 8-3. We spoke about singing the praise of Silly Shadow, but Miko had some memorable plays from yesterday as well. No stranger to the clutch. And showing us just as much in that round there.
Yeah, and the ultimate's ready to go too, right? Orbital Strike's available.
Oh, you're right, it is. I didn't see that. Caught up in the action, caught up in the moment, as Nan will be. A little bit too hungry. Oh no, clears the corner, but doesn't clear it correctly. What? A double for Silly Shadow. That shouldn't have happened. That's a catastrophe.
It is. That never should have happened. I mean, that's huge from Silly Shadow. Again, finding a double like that in a position in that kind of situation never should happen. That should have been an instant trade back. But let's not take that away from them. It is a 3-3. Orbital Strike is available, like we talked about. Miko in a great spot here to deny any sort of defuse. So right now for the defense, these guys are just trying to bait it as much as they can, but Cyber Kid's gonna get thrown. They're gonna tap it. Oh, he's gonna commit it halfway. He's gonna try. Oh, he's actually gonna try to commit it more. He knew he was a dead man. Got it halfway at least. Molly missing. Jamin coming up. Jamin. Ooh. Ooh.
I respect the effort, and the effort was the right play. Knows they're gonna do the high low. The spray transfer was made. Gave it a go. No conversion, though. A couple of ults on the table. Still that orbital strike. Got the Viper's pit across the board. Viper's Pit. A piece. One for J-Man. One for Pole 8. And, well, Pole 8 not really had too high of an impact in this game so far. And I heard you mention this a bit earlier on. Would love to see some more toxic screens. Maybe even throw one down for a fake, right? Like, do something, sort of catch CCG off guard. J-Man looking to do exactly that. Catch them off guard for their push. You're not pushing me. And if you do, you are going to get poisoned out of your mind. Nan takes out Spiral. Puts some poison in the water hole. And it's 5 versus 4.
Like, the fact that Non's able to find this opening duel within seconds of the rounds is just...
With a Sheriff.
With a Sheriff, yeah, that's even more annoying, right? Just gaining more position, just giving them a better lead, giving them something here for a fighting chance. And as an attacker, that's it. That's more than frustrating. Viper's Pit blocking off Cat here for the defense, nicely used. Giving limited options right now for the attackers. Now they look like they have to lean a little bit more on this B site. Non close on by. They might not expect Kip to be here. Shake and bake. Maybe. I love shake and bake.
The shake and
Oh,
bake.
I'm Ollie.
Absolute fire. That's fire too. Ooh, Kips getting the toes. The tip toes burnt a little bit. Awful strike. Pushes them back. Bit of self-defense there. GP and the gang.
TP'd.
Yeah, the Badgers are out.
So they got all this information.
To do with Nuka. The guiding light comes through. Able to pick up a frag. That's a great turn from She's Mine. Time.
10 seconds left.
I mean, now you have the Viper coming in late. That's Poli coming in from the back of the shower by themselves. Knife out. Non doesn't know. Oh no, knees are weak. And those arms are really heavy. Whiffs the shot. Doesn't matter, but a nice defuse coming in. CCG bringing it back to a tie game. This thing is going back and forth and back and forth. Holy heck.
In the chat, for anyone that missed that, GP just choked that spray and all they had to say in chat was, bruh. Bruh. Yeah, that's a bruh moment.
That is a bruh moment.
Ouch. It happens though. You choke your sprays, put it behind you. 4-4's the score. Not looking washed just yet. And everything is on the line here. This could be an $800 game for one team. And that's CCG. They could be taking $800 home. Or is this going to be the comeback story start to be woven by the Badgers? Brock, you still plenty to do. That's this map and the next if they want to take the 800 bones.
Mixing it up again, and even now I think Ron and also Silly Shadow going to go for the shower control. They're already pushing forward. Now the orb is going to be grabbed, so not only needs one more here to get the showstopper again.
She's mine. On the silent creep, just creeping towards that top frag there. 8 and 6, where did that come from? Where on earth did that come from? Value picks menu coming out here from the likes of She's Mine. The showstopper not going to get anything from Nan. GP gets the frag, recovers from that blunder last round. Sprays and prays, gets it done. It's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, a good Viper Spit going to be used here from the attacking side for the Badgers. This is going to allow them to at least get some control for the spike down. A 3-and-3. Silly Shadow is making their presence very well known, making it obvious. Seeker's now going to be used as well. That's 2 ultimates now burned here from the attacking side. Silly Shadow still waiting through. They need to find this Viper. They need to just remove this problem. And it's Prey that's able to take down She's Mine. How do they find this? Through the thick and thin of the shadows, and now Silly Shadow needs to be able to come up big for multi-kill. Stim is going to be used. The Viper Spit's gone. Diffuse coming in, getting it halfway. This might be able to buy some more time. GP walks in and falls down, and Silly Shadow sends them to the abyss.
Sends them to the Shadow Realm. And as the voice line just said from Brim, nice try, kid. Very nice try indeed. Great Viper's Pit to get one to sight as well, but Silly Shadow, he's had enough. No more. No more antics. No more of your BS. Get off my lawn. Classic Brimstone vibe and moment. 5-4's the score. No even game. Starting to tear a little bit ahead will be Nan and the boys. Credit where the utmost credit is due though. The Badgers, you giving this thing their all. Absolute all. They're on a safe here. They're playing this one smart. The Stinger triple. Saying that, Prey removes one of those guns. Miko with a trade.
Yeah, Prey gets a little bit aggressive. Guiding light used. Another pop flash coming in. Kip doing a great job.
Oh,
Counter
for a
flash.
flash.
Still run in. That's
flash.
the spike. They're leading the charge with the spike. Why? Now it's in the octagon. This is not good. This could be a moment here where now they're going to go through the TP. And it's now going to be Silly Shadow once again.
Oh, 7 HP for Pole. 7. That's brutal.
Oh, he might have an easy one.
Oh, the
Counter,
timing's
easy one.
coming. Oh.
Denies a plant, though. That's big. Still an opportunity here for Miko, though. A minute to run the clock. But non, look at that. Just waiting patiently, hanging out. Damn.
I mean, good effort from Miko trying to sort of isolate that player Heaven. J-Man's like, I'm not re-peeking that. Are you crazy? I'm not doing that at all. Didn't need to. Never fear, because Nan's here. Still holding on tightly to those 12 frags. Miko trying to compete. She's mine, trying to compete as well. GP just practicing that crosshair placement, making sure they're clicking the heads they need to be. Now's the time. Grand final moment here. You've been working all weekend. You've invested hours, not in just Valorant, into the Valorant social. Make it worth it. They won by 800.
Cage trigger.
Yeah, and be able to take the first victory of the events, like you said. Not even just for the cash prize. I mean, it's for some pride here, too.
Bragging rights, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Grouped up here from the attacking side, going towards Flower, going towards Octagon. They're just getting that orb. 2 ults now ready.
GP looking to get clinical with this entry. Just holds the off angle. Guiding lights, plural, available. And worthy mention after the change to Sky, but showers. Looking like what the picks are going to be happening. Nothing's being committed to just yet. I say that. All the strikes to make sure there's no shower entry.
Yeah, that's good. Not even because it doesn't get a kill or anything, but at least it buys them more time. And now the spike has gone back and forth, right? I mean, they went through mid. Now they're trying going through B window. Now they're going to have to run into Kip. That does have the flash. 1 flash. Showstopper going to be used. Showstopper not even going to connect. They're able to get out of that, but now there's only 20 seconds remaining. Spike is going to get planted. It should be able to. Prey is able to find one here as well. A lurking kill. Jamin just making a lot of noise, putting some presence there. A stim going to be used, so Prey's going to be able to hightail this. Hyper speed.
Oh, man. Enough the lurk. We need to see them go berserk in sight. Time is just bleeding away. Orbital strike there for the post plant as well. They've got to do something. They've got to do it now. There's that toxic screen. Lots of juice available there for J-Man. Toxins aplenty. The orbital strike is going to be burnt. They do get it half. Going to see the jiggle of that Australian's arm. J-Man able to take one down to the 2-on-2. Orbital strike burn. Players getting burnt. Miko takes out that guard and push J-Man out of the run-in. And Miko for 2.
Wow. Huge for Miko. The Brimstones were really the big piece to that there, right? I mean, again, we saw on the defending side, the orbital strike was just denying any sort of an entry from Shower. Changed the plan. Then it comes to Miko. Again, using it a bit late, but still getting it done. I mean, the defuse was halfway, but just locks it down and able to find that double kill. And I was getting a little bit nervous too because Jamin was actually winning fights that I thought was not like a really advantage situation, but made it look like it.
Jamin quite very close actually. Miko having a bit of a wider swing than was being expected from J-Man. So unfortunate, really. Able to pick up this aggression. I was going to say that. Pole just getting the wipe out. Nan, the Nan effect.
And still alive. Like, not even taken out, right? Like,
how?
And then the regrowth comes in. Yeah, like, oh, goodness. All that effort from the attack. Yeah, what damage? 1? Who cares? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa, Miko with a great shot coming in with a Phantom. Now it's just, this is just a fist fight. This is just people just coming in.
It's a brawl. The Magic brawl trying to take it all here. Yes, they will. They've got the number advantage. This could be a 6-6 half very, very easily. Is it going to crumble? Silly Shadows looking to break things down. Looking to be the demolition on site. Miko, 3 HP. Spike in hands. Molly stim in a smoke.
Yeah, they got
a mistake. This player is no joke, lads. This player could do something with 3 HP.
Launching
No, they
smoke.
could, and actually really good work because you can see Spiral was coming in the backside of mid.
30 seconds
And then
left.
now this fight's gonna go towards the other side. So now Prey was kind of wondering if they might been able to catch somebody off, and now it comes through TP. So the presence is known. No utility, nothing. This is just firefight. This is just extinguishing the flames here from the attacking side. Prey needs to come up big. Like you said, the HP's low for the Brimmy.
So low.
A camera.
Camera up.
I don't even think that's much to brag about here.
I don't think so. This Molly though, if you could bounce that off towards the triple position, they know.
Yeah.
They know someone's heaven. They're just gonna try and isolate that frag. Yep, there it is.
I was getting nervous. I was thinking, man, if Spiral loses this fight, this is a problem arising. This is a problem that just shouldn't be there. But nice rebound, though. Bringing it back to a 6-6. And again, that was a huge start coming in originally. We saw some rounds coming back, which was from CCG. But Badger is honestly bringing back, you know, it was kind of they did it in twos. Like it was 2, they win, lose 3, 2, and then lose another 3, and then they lose, or they win another 2. So they bring it to a 6-6. Which I think is pretty good, and this was a very competitive first half. I mean, it came up to some clutches. It came down to some good mechanics. So I'm really shocked that we get to this point of a 6-6. But now we see CCG on this attacking side, and we know what that means. So
They're spitting pure fire. Such an aggressive team. Seeing some ground control though. I like this for me. Can take the showers control, gives that orb availability open for She's Mine. Which over time is going to help build that ultimate count, that orb count.
uh-oh. 3 players on Flowers and in Octagon too. So I mean this is the thing. They've committed on this, and it could be a 3-2 split. Prey just on the other side of this. They might just try to find this. If they can win these duels, actually they lose them. So Badgers have done a great job to find these openers.
Prey.
Aggressive cameras.
Super aggressive cameras. Seen a lot of those over this weekend actually. The Initiator-esque Sentinel roll. A roll not written down, but a roll
Not enough fuel.
we have seen exercised a couple of times. Oh boy, the long push from Octagon
Spike down A.
inflicting quite a bit of damage here. The 3 versus 2 defender advantage. Spiral wins on the aggress.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and She's Mine still contesting this. This is kind of scary. I'm not sure why. Jamin now giving an opportunity here. Picks up a ghost, and there it is. Jamin
Player
doing
standing.
great work. They're both low. They're both low, and then Prey's still able to find this? Oh, no. Badgers let it slip away.
No.
They had it. They had that. Again, this is the thing. Like you can't, in my opinion, and people can disagree with me in the chat, but I was gonna say I just feel like She's Mine was in a very interesting spot because you can fight that, or you can kind of wait things out. Like Jiggle, get the information. You don't necessarily need to commit to the fight. In my opinion,
test it. No,
that was you didn't need to, right? And I think that's what kind of fell that round apart for them, because if they would have been able to stay alive, that could have just been better positioning. Could allow the teammate to get there for, you know, again, a 2 versus 1 fight. Just again, a technical mistake that cost them around.
That could cost them the game. That could cost them the series. And not to be a boomer doomer, but that just doesn't feel good. That feels like something you won't be forgetting anytime soon in the room. But Nan cleaning up site. Take 1, take 2. Respect to free fire. Get it all done. The run and gun. The cuppa special. I like how it's been dubbed that in this weekend series. It's not wrong though, is it? I remember there's this one Premier game you played, and I run and guns in a 2 versus 1, and I remember I've listened to the comms a few times, like how did it happen? Sometimes the run and gun can be powerful, and an example there, a better execution than me, is Nard with the 4K.
Yeah, I mean, now pressure is becoming a big thing here, right? I mean, we're talking about, you know, CCG are putting themselves in 2 rounds, an 8-6. It's a tech pause coming in, so they're a bit more of a technical issue here, and I think that was actually called on the Badger side. But I mean, but man, oh man, this is the thing. Like Non finding these entries, coming in really aggressive, too fast, too furious, hit a nos, right? I mean, they just ran in, like they went in elbow, took down 2, went from the back of the site, found another 2 more. Like
It's crazy.
the run and gun. very well executed. I mean, that's the thing. When you have the Spectre, I mean, you can get away a lot more with that, and especially when you're playing against pistols, like that was a nice cleanup and a money grabber too.
Big money grabber. A big confidence booster. I love how, obviously, the name of this event being the Valorant Social, it very much is. If you don't get to see things in chat always on the stream there because the overlays and such, but a lot of banter back and forth, a lot of good spirit, a lot of good vibes, and I think it really helps foster better plays as well. There's no smack talk. I don't think we've seen it once in chat. We've not seen it once. There's a lot of respect and a lot of players having fun here this weekend. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of the cool thing, right? Like we talked about, there's like a lot of teams from a lot of respected Canadian, institutions that have played each other. So I think that's the really cool piece. And Non trying even more cool things here, and they're just gonna take a shower.
The push.
Yeah, that hot water.
Fully smoked.
It's gonna burn a little bit here against the Badgers. Coming in for the double rotate through the TP. Nade, oh, that's gonna do so much damage. Non again. I can just say his name over and over, and he'll appear.
He's like a genie.
Beetlejuice or something. My goodness.
Oh.
Someone call? Yeah, Non.
Oh, here's who you gonna call. I'm gonna call Nan if I want a good duelist. My gosh. And there you go. Great. Finish things up. I'm not a duelist, but I'm still hitting heads. Great with a one tap. Close things out there. It doesn't matter what gun CCG have. They make it work. They hustle. And they push. And they're bustling right through showers. Who pushes 4 players showers? Who does that? CCG.
Yep.
And they were in a bonus, and they were still able to take out Phantoms and Vandals from Brock Hughes' hands. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, again, that's what I was kind of worried about here for any Badger fans. I was like, look, I mean, this is a team that they showed us their aggression is something to behold, right? I mean, this is where it's really, really a bit of a terrifying story on the other side of this. But, and now they're just going in. Oh, I actually tried to go through the TV. Jamin gone, so that's quite a bit of utility actually removed. Oh, Prey.
No.
Oh, Prey needs to know. Prey needs to know. It has his knife out to a gunfight. Not the right one. Oh, they're actually going to bring the spike here to A. So Miko's in an interesting spot here. On Cat. Should be able to hear this noise cue.
Oh, definitely. Must have heard the heavy footsteps of the Brother Brim, the other team. The Miko versus Silly Shadow battle. Battle of the Brims.
Yeah, and the attacking side don't have to go for this fight either. I mean, when you're down the numbers, you normally want to regress on this, so they're actually just posted up here in Lamp. Fully not able to do it. That's the problem. So now Miko needs to find 2. Fake diffuses. They don't even bite on this. Look at. They don't even.
Oh, they know.
They know. Oh, that molly. Oh, that molly. Oh, it's actually shallow, but Kip comes in. Nice big swing. 10 rounds now gained. Whew. Okay.
Seems like a unstoppable force right now. Double figures for Nan, for Break, for Silly Shadow, for Kip, for J-Man, for CC Gold. Their plays have been nothing but gold medal worthy here at the Valorant Social. Episode? Series number 1. Let's call it series number 1, as it will be as the soft dub name. Thank you as well to Make-A-Wish Canada for being our sponsor here. Exclamation mark, Make-A-Wish. If you want to help kid in needs wish come true. Nan, looking to make CCG's dreams come true. The showstopper, gonna get it done. The trade. Bit of a martyrdom, a suicide push.
Yeah, and Pole's still in a good spot here, but does have the Viper Spit if they want to use it. But is going to regress. Actually finds that. That's the spike drop too.
Spike down B.
That's a great push. There was a gap just on the side of it. Seekers. Oh, Seekers are coming in, but Snakebite going to be thrown here too.
Look at J-Man. Oh, been seen though.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, but this is where you can just kind of toy with it, because you can either just try to fight this out, take down Spiderwind. Yeah, the TP's coming. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
They're trying to
Toxins
put as
going
much
up.
pressure as possible on Spiral win. Try and force Spiral to make a mistake.
Toxins
But
screen
question is
down.
J-Man. Yeah, J-Man though. J-Man here's a couple of players. Jump peek
Last
coming in
player
from heaven.
standing.
Miko making it look like they're in an eco. So confident as bunny hopping. Jump peeks, gets the info and traded that info out with no casualties.
Yeah, and that was 4 rounds in a row. That was from CCG. And then finally now we get to see the first round of the second half coming through here from the defensive side of Badgers. So they do it well. 3 ults too, Kappa. So, I mean, this is where it could be used. I think this makes a lot of sense. Seekers, depending on the nitty gritty of the situation. But Viper Spit, I would expect to be used from the Viper. I thought it would have been towards Cat, but actually...
I would have said Cat too, but no. It's Hole's still committed to that Octagon elbow hold. Might be the right read though. I know there's a bit of presence over it long, but I'm not going to know it's just one player. It's just the lurker. It's just Bray.
3-2 set up for it now for Badgers.
Hey, push. Look at the radar.
They're definitely insinuating it, but doesn't mean they have to. And actually now from the attacking side, and
How did we get 2 there?
oh man, I don't know
Criminal.
how. Just so criminal. A thief in the night, just taking things away here, and a 3-3. But now you have the 3 players alive on the defensive side with the ults. Could be used. Oh, they're just gonna walk up Cat. Not gonna make a peep.
Spike drops.
This could be so problematic. Obviously, Cypher's down for the defenders. Kip's got free U-Haul rental right now. Picking and choosing what keys they're going to take to drive away with this round. Orbital Strike going to come in. Bit of denial for that default plant. Neural Theft comes in as well. Trying to even the
30
table.
seconds left.
The playing field here for Prey. I would be surprised if they rotate here. They're not committing, are they? Surely not.
Yeah, they're going to. They're going to be able to get this plant down before the molly hits. They know exactly where this Brimstone is. And Bray comes in for a swing. Looking for a little bit more. Why not? But J-Man helping it out.
Found one.
GP now trying everything. A heroic play. Something required to keep them still alive in this game. A 1-on-2. 1 guiding light available.
That could be crucial.
Oh, the snake bite.
Yeah, that's a wrap. That's a round over. Clutch engaged from Kip. Following suit is going to be J-Man. That snake bite. Such a pest. Those toxins just eating in with that acidic definition of your snake bite. Just chipping away at the life force at the rounds left for Brock Ute. 23 frags for none. I'm expecting a 30 hit. I want to see a 30.
Prepare for hellfire.
Oh, they're going to fight. They're going to actually fight towards Shower.
Oh no. Traded though.
Oh, she's mine. Had the orb too. Or had the ultimate. And this round, this is a force. Like, the defensive side here, Badgers, they put a lot of money into this. So, now this is not good. I mean, it was scrappy. They have 2 Vandals still equipped. But they're split apart. Brimstone and Miko now just sitting in the back of A. Spike is slowly creeping their way into this. Taking a long shower.
A long, hot, let's say relaxing shower. Maybe in a cold shower. Wake them up. Keep them engaged to close out this game. Miko. Oh, the timing.
Oh, that timing.
The timing.
Oh, and the noise cue. They know he's there. He got hit by the snake bite, so now they're going to know he's there. So they have that information at least.
Cage trigger.
Hole now trying to make something here in the back. A distraction point. Still 30 seconds, though.
30 seconds
Looks
left.
like the plant's going to be committed. Miko trying, but it's a
Spike
whiff.
planted.
And now it's
Player
GP
standing.
trying something, and there we go. Match
Match
and
points.
series point is on the grabs here for CCG. One more
Match
round
point.
needed, and they take this thing with a 2-0 sweep, but 5 to push overtime right now, which we've been there before. It happened yesterday, but
This should do.
that's asking a lot right now.
I was going to say, question.
This goes here.
Does that happen with a Guardian and 1 Phantom? Oh, I'll take it back. 2 Phantoms. 2 Phantoms, a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a Stinger. Not looking like a textbook play that you've seen. Not been a moment that you've loved yourself when you've been in. Only imagine when $1,400 are on the line. The Viper Spit comes in. Pole is taking no risks over at Octagon. I'm feeling a bit griefed by that, and I know we spoke about this bit earlier on. That should be put down at A main. Putting that over by Octagon, the value's minimal.
Yeah, especially considering they've taken A quite a few times, and that's kind of been like their bread and butter. It's a favorite flavor. They didn't look at it. They're just doing it. They know they can. They know there's at least one player that's committed at the B site. Prey's going to be just lurking in hookah. And they're making tons of noise. They just want to burn the utility. They know their money sucks. They know their money's limited here. So the more utility they can burn, the easier it is for them to get an execute into this site. And look at that.
Fine.
They go back.
Yeah, they are going back. Just taking their time. Having a little shop round market. But they're not choosing to go market. I'm thinking about A-main. Sheezmine does have the showstopper available. That could be the last crutch they have here. It needs to be put to huge use. Nan, giving that raised diff definition. Taking out the equation though. Miko trying to get involved. It's going to be Sheezmine. Pops off, takes out J-Man. Brings it to the 4-on-3. Number advantage. Not for long.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds! Kip! Finds two more in a problematic situation. Now leaving it to Pole by themselves. 13 seconds. Spike's going to get planted. Smoke's blocking off their vision.
This for a retake.
I think just spotted the hat here of the Cypher of Prey, but didn't make the shot. Now the presence is known. The number advantage is huge right now for CCG. Sticking at the defuse. Looks like they want to commit to it. They just want to see what they can do. The Molly's just going to be insult to injury. And there we have it. Your Valorant Social Champions are going to be CCG with the second map of a 13-7. Just like that.
CCG with the 2-0 in the grand final. 800 crisp Canadian dollars are going to be in their pockets to share amongst the masses of them all. And, well, no one's gone away empty-handed of today's game. $600, a well-earned 600 bones, is going to go towards Brock Yu for the badges as well. So, well, that's the Valorant Social. That's done and dusted. The CCG just destroyed in that grand final. Let's call it as it is.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, this is the thing. Like, again, first map, 13-1. We had Prey, or we had Non, sorry, that was leading. Prey right behind. And Kip as well, the complementary piece, right? I mean, a three-piece recipe that made us a very delicious dish. And then that's the same thing again, right? Where we have Non sitting this with 7 first bloods, sitting at a 24-15, have the econ rating of 79. Like, just filthy. Just, okay, that's its own thing. It's its own book. Then we go into Prey. Then we go into Kip and Silly. They both were all sitting at 15 kills, sitting Prey with 19, but again, able to find themselves some pretty good amount of work and getting some good ground space gained. So this was just, you know, CCG doing a great job maintaining control of this game. Things got a little bit dicey at one point, but they showed their composure. This is a team that's well-tuned. This is a team that's been through a lot of competition, and that's what you get to see. And they take this thing with a 2-0, and I think they honestly only took one loss this entire tournament.
That's crazy, right? How's that for a statistic? That is just unthinkable, unfathomable. I want to give credit for Miko, though. Miko played a very strong Brimstone that game. Had a couple opportunities where low HP, I think, was the difference between victory and the L. Outside of that, like, the team plays were there for the likes of Brock Yu. It was just, I want to say, a duelist diff, and that comes down to Nan. There's no target on Sheezmine's back. What do you do when you're playing against a player like Nan? They're popping off every single game. They've got so many one-taps, like, across this grand final. Again, you can make a feed. You could make a, as you said earlier, make a TikTok of all of the Nan plays we've seen alone in this grand final, and it'd be something that'd leave you with a smile on your face. The smiles for miles coming out of CCG. $800 for them. $600 is going to go the way of Brock Yu, and that's it for the grand final. That is the end of day number 3. And Laz, it's been awesome casting Valorant with you again, man. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a minute, yeah, and again, we always appreciate, obviously, all the support, and of course, we talked about all our support and sponsors and everything, and of course, we want to say thank you to Make-A-Wish, and of course, thank you Memory Express for hosting it. The thing that's really cool about this tournament too, which hopefully we'll see many more of these, is the fact that it is the Canadian aspect, right? Like, we're talking about the Canadian scene, and yes, I think, you know, when we talk about NA, you know, make NA great again, yeah, and I think some of that piece does rely on Canada, and this is some of these really good Canadian teams that have participated in a lot of, you know, Canadian events, but this one was solely designated for that on its own. And that's a really cool thing to see, because we don't get to see that very often. And that's where you talked about there was a little bit of banter, but it was all friendly banter. And it's like, because all these players know each other, they play against each other, they, you know, do the 10-mans together, they do scrims together, they all know each other. And that's kind of the cool community. So we definitely want to appreciate all the fans watching, all the viewers watching. You know, you and I it's been a hot minute since we've been on the mic together. So that was really fun to be back. So Memory Express, thanks for letting that happen. It's been far too long for us. And yeah, I don't think we're doing any interviews or anything like that. I think we're just kind of leaving it as it is, just waiting for production to give me the magic words. But I think for me, I'm just more than grateful. I think this has been a really fun weekend for some Valorant action. And of course, our production team and our observer as well from Kale, just nothing but stellarness coming through.
Read my mind, man. It's been a solid production, and I think it's one of the best we've actually seen from Memory Express as well. It's becoming a well-oiled machine in 2024. It's looking to be a good score for a viewer and for the talent as well. And talking of that, if you're interested in getting involved for future events, I can hook you up with some details for that. Yeah. So in your chat there, !events to be the first to know about the future Valorant social events that be going down. This is one of many this year. There may be some other games in the mix as well. We'll keep you invested. We'll keep you informed, I should say, as to what those will be. Also, VOD. If you want to view the VODs from yesterday, going to see what the build-up was to today's games. And last but not least, before we do go anywhere, Make a Wish to donate to Make-A-Wish Canada. Great calls. Mem Express has always been hot on the speed dial to be helping out Make-A-Wish, and Make-A-Wish helping being the primary sponsor here today and making that prize pool partially possible as well. So thank you very much to Cal too. Just such good vibes, Ronnie, Brodania, and Juan as well. It has been superb, and that is going to be the end of day 3 for the Valorant Social.
Yeah.
I'm thinking now, just an impromptu thing. If I could sort of put some highlights of the best players we saw in this tournament, I think yesterday for day 2, unquestionably, it would have been Dom. I think would have been one of the top players to look out for, and I'm excited to see what they can offer in the future as well. And for day number 3, I'd say Nan. I think is the MVP, and I think that goes unsaid from what you saw of the stream.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's definitely some highlights about the players, but again, I just want to kind of do the quick recap as well, like you already said pretty eloquently. But it just kind of doing the quick recap is the $800 is going to be going for Conestoga Gold, and then the $600 is going to be going to Brock Badgers Esports, and then $400 goes to TMU Blue, is what we got to see earlier on there, and then of course finishing things off with the $200 going to SFU White, which they finished in 4th place. But again, we do have to give a massive shout out. We did for production and staff, but we do have to give a massive shout out here for the schools as well, right? We talk about Humber Esports, AC Esports, York U, Langara, Norquest, you have Guelph. I mean, the list goes on. Sheridan, Bruins as well. I mean, this was a big event here with a lot of teams for this event, so we definitely appreciate it. We hope we get to see them again here. This was a very exciting weekend for everybody, but I think they'll bid us adieu. And until next time, we'll see you for the Valorant Social number 2. Have a good one.